This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. On my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His colors mobbing tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs, the level where funds gets tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. What's good, everybody? We in the building. All right, tonight, y'all let me know if y'all can hear me live and clear at home. Tonight, we got a special one tonight. Tonight, I'm setting up, I'm doing a live stream that's going to be a docu-movie later. Now, this docu-movie will be like my Happy Mason documentary movie. I got his little skill set now. So all of y'all are joining me for this docu-movie tonight. Now, shout out to Phyllis Richards, shout out to Daya, shout out to everybody joining 25 to Life over on YouTube. Shout out to everybody, my New York City people over on Facebook who'll be coming in. I need some assistance tonight, New York City. All right. The difference between this channel is there's receipts on the channel. I know there's a lot of YouTube channels, especially in the street story, prison story space, where people make up stories and, you know, they make up false events. But the difference with this channel is we streaming live over on Facebook to the people in New York City who are there for the stories that I'm telling. The people are still living in the ghettos and in the projects that I'm speaking on. The peoples have the experience. So I can't come on here and live when I got thousands of people from New York over on Facebook listening to every word I say. And they will not allow me to say some false accusation or make something that ain't a lie. I lose all things. I couldn't even show my face in the world anymore. All right. So with that, my New Yorkers, if y'all can assist me in tonight's story. One question that I got from my New Yorkers that somebody might can help me out with is, did Z Black, how did he die? That's one question I want to ask my New Yorkers when they come in the building. How did he die? Because I know some of y'all was there. How did he actually die? Actually die. Because he died in 2014. And my people were there. So I know somebody knows exactly how he died. And another question I got for everybody, my New Yorkers, is tonight we're going to play live footage of Z Black. The only interview he ever made. But we got a live story. We got story. Shout out to Ra. Shout out to Raheem Rayford over there. I got your picture too, Ra. Don't let me forget. Show Ra pic at the end after I get through this story. After I get through this part. When I go to the part where I start telling my story. All right. So, you're right. If you know King, if somebody know, Mike Garcia be knowing a lot. I meant to reach out to Corey Wilson and Mike. They be knowing a lot. They might know. So anyway, another one, Ra, and everyone from New York City, Hempstead, Strong Island, and the whole New York City, so y'all gonna hear Z Black himself talk about how he got started fighting. And he's gonna mention a Mackie, a brother named Mackey that was out of Philadelphia. Shout out to Philadelphia, but was in Hempstead, right? And moved to Hempstead. And I want to know, is this the same Bishop Mackey, the one that works in Nassau County jail? I want to know. Shout out to Angie Petty. I want to know, is this the Bishop Mackey? Because when I was in jail with Z Black, Bishop Mackey was the one. Honestly, that's the only one that I ever seen Z Black have an amount of respect and love for. Like, he loved Bishop Mackey. Now, Bishop Mackey, I'm guessing he was to be gang in the streets, but now he became a bishop. I'm guessing he was a Christian, and he would help some of the inmates. He was like a prison, not a chaplain, but he would come in. And that's only one I ever heard that Z Black like respected. And Bishop Mackey worked with him. All right, so I want to know, we'll get there once we do this live footage. Now, welcome to Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. My story, just quick, for those who are going to find me new, because I'm putting this out and I'm going to spread this video. This video should go pretty far. For those who just find the channel, I was given a 15 to life prison sentence and a 25 to life prison sentence. At the 15 to life, I took to the Supreme Court. I was a multimillionaire doing real estate and all that type of stuff back in 2006. All right, so right when the Katrina stuff happened. But the Most High called me, and he called me to a purpose to get my attention, but I wouldn't listen. So I got a 15 to life, but I got a superstar lawyer team and took it to the Supreme Court and paid really the money. Money rules, the root of all evil, rules this capitalist society called America. So I beat the 15 to life, and I thought I was straight. So I went back to North Carolina, shout out to Henderson, North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina. So I've been back to North Cac and I opened a nightclub. I bought a clothing store. First, I owned 15 houses. So I went even harder because I lost over $500,000 messing around with that 15 to life charge. So I went back to get that money, but the Most High tried to get my attention, but I was ignoring it. You heard? So you know what the Most High did? He said, okay, Foolio, you don't want to listen. So he let me go for about 7-8 more months out there. And I'm doing what I'm doing, North Cac, and bang, he put the smack down on me again and gave me a 25 to life. But this time it aligned with the market crash, the great market crash that y'all know about of 2008. It started in 2006. I heard for the real estate investors. I own 15 properties. I was in a community uplift enterprises, a real estate development company. You heard? So now the 25 to life. Now the market crashed, all my values and all my houses and my assets started falling to zero. Banks wasn't giving out no home equity lines of credit no more. All of my resources were just drying up and I'm behind the wall. Now I got no more money, no more superstar lawyer team, no access to money. It was just me and him. And that's when this story that I tell happened. Now this channel is about my story and my shout out to Mike White in the building. Shout out to Hakeem in the building. This story is about my testimony. All right. Now, tonight, we're going to talk about Z Black. I know Mike. Mike did a lot of time in prison. I know Mike. I know you got some stories about Z as well. All right. Now, for those new that are coming, I want you to see y'all. I'm going to show y'all something. Present, share screen, window, because there's a lot of lies and deception online. This right here is a little of who I am. This was me back in the 80s in New York City, in Hempstead, Strong Island. Some of my crew, Parkside. Z Black is going to talk about that tonight. That's me with a Fendi coat on in the 80s with 2 big ropes and all that type of stuff. This is just the receipts to show that this ain't Fugazi. This is me to the right. That's in the early 80s. Look how many rings are on my finger. There's 4 rings on each finger all the way down the hand. There's big rope chains. There's an MCM hat on my head. This is the earlier. This is probably like 82, 83. This is a Jerry ski goose. That's me in like the, I'm like eighth grade, and with thousands of dollars in my hand. This, I don't know what year. This like 1980 or something crazy like that. Okay, these are just receipts to the story. That right there to the left, that's before the 15 of life. Before I got the 15 life, that's when I was doing North Carolina, doing my real estate, going back and forth to New York. That's my big house in New York, over $500,000 house in the living room. You heard? That's that echo. You see the right to the right. That's the 80s. Look at the big Figueroa, and that's a big Mercedes-Benz peace sign, right? This 80s, this 2000s. You heard? All right. Receipts. Just let me do it real quick. That's me. That's Queen's Day, Flushing Meadow, Queens. Shout out to Bum Rush and Flushing, New York City. This Queen's Day in the 80s. No, yeah. Look, 3 beepers. 1 beeper, 2 beeper, 3 beeper. There's a big Gucci link and 2 big ropes, 2 big chunky ropes on. This is outside. Look, there's an old New York City cop in the background with the old uniform on. This Brooklyn was running rampant. I'm gonna do this story on channel, another big channel. There's a big Nefertiti piece on there. Go on, come on. I gotta hurry up because we need to get to Z Black. But I just want to show receipts so people don't think that's Terrace Avenue, Hempstead, Strong Island. Z Black is going to talk about Terrace Avenue. You see the sign? It says Terrace Avenue and Jackson Street. All right, these projects, these buildings. All right, let me keep going. Hold on. That's me in North Carolina. Shout out to Henderson, North Carolina. We're in a hotel room. That's the John Elway jersey when the jerseys was popping. This is 2006, right before the 15 of life. No, this after the 15 of life. This is the in between when I bailed out. When I beat the 15 of life and I thought I was free and I went back to North Carolina. This one we bought our nightclub in Henderson, North Carolina called International Platinum Palace. We're in the hotel room. Me, Africa, shout out to Africa, Donzel. There's a Cartier on my wrist. There's a big whatever chain, but that's when E Banger, my rapper, got my piece. He sold my piece. He was secretly on crack in North Cat. Shout out to R.E. Banger. Hope you're doing well. Hold on. Let me go. There you go. That's the 70s in Parkside Projects at the top of the building. That's a Woolrich coat. We used to have ski hats back in the days that used to point all the way up, be flat at the top. This is the early 80s, top of the project roof. You heard? That right there. Hold on. All right, just receipts. That's me, Jamaica Avenue, probably early 90s, maybe 91, 92, 1990. Fendi, Rashawn Fendi, big ropes, another big long rope, 4-finger ring over here, another 3-finger ring over here, 4-finger ring over there. You heard? Leather pants, Guess butter soft leather pants in the 90s, Jamaica Coliseum outside. Again, I think this is about the early end of the 90s. Yeah, this is about 95. I remember because around when Biggie died, because I was going to the studio with Granddaddy IU and what's the name from Suburban and from Far Rockaway, Queens. R.I.P. to Superb. He was on Wu-Tang album and all that. That's the Diamante wagon with the chrome rims on it. You heard? That's back in the days. You heard? Remember the Diamante for those who all knew. You heard? That's Hempstead, Strong Island. That's me. Me. Shout out to LL. LL did 24 years in federal prison and also state prison. He home now. Game 7. Shout out to LL. That's me. Big Ben sign. About 4 rings on each of these fingers. On each fingers. That's a Whitney gold watch on the wrist. This is about, because L went to prison in 94, so this probably 1993. We outside. That's when we used to wear in New York the fatigue pants and the vest, the bubble goose vest. For those who know, L got a bubble goose vest on, and I got a bubble goose vest on. You heard? Now, all right, just one more. That's my old Beamer. Just one of my cars. Old Beamer. One more. That's the Ben sign. There you go. You can see the rings on the finger clearer. See? 4 on each finger. You heard? Gold wit now. See the Ben sign? It's the big chain. Hold on. That's me. In high school. MCM suit. You see the big ropes on? All right? There's a 4-finger ring, a 3-finger ring on that finger, 4-finger ring on that finger. That's outside. That's the 80s. That's the 80s right there. All right? That's me. 2000s. Early. Oh, That's the trouble. That's right after the trouble time. So this is about 2001. That's my apartment, Washington Street on the Heights. That's the Damani Dada, the God's clothing. That's when Damani Dada used to be popping. Ask somebody. You see, look at the TV behind me. Remember the big screen TVs? See how big it is up to my neck? Look at the VCRs on the top. Receipts. All right, hold on. I'm getting there just for the people that's new to the channel to understand. So I got, that's the Shacks, Hempstead. All right, that's a close-up. That's the one me, Jamaica Avenue. Look at the chain. Big rope and a long 2 ropes. A big donkey dookie and a long 40-inch. You heard? That says Rashawn Fendi. It's all F's, red and gold, Fendi. Suit. The suit was about 5 G's back then. And had the Benz and had the Fendi Audi. That's me. In between, this is after the 15 of life. I beat the charge. I thought I was free. This when we was going back and forth to North Carolina, I opened my nightclub. I had got this Benz because my Porsche was supposed to come, but I got the charge, so I got stuck with this Benz. This was temporary. I bought this in Brooklyn. Shout out to Brooklyn. But I was waiting because my Porsche, I was waiting for my Porsche. That's when the Cayennes turbos was brand new. All right. And then I got stuck with it because I went to the 15 of life. So when I came home, I had to regroup. So I just threw some rims on it and laced it up. Put the tent, put the system. That's the 500. You heard? I'm at the car wash. Y'all see what it is? After this, I end up getting 25 to life. All hell broke loose after this. You heard? This when I had the nightclub in North Cat. That's the car wash in New York. All right. Me in the early. All right. There you go. All right. That's me in the early 80s. Sunrise Mall, Green Acres, the big Gucci link chain. Look how young I am, like 18, outside. You heard? All right, that's it. Me. Oh, this one. Outside my nightclub, Henderson, North Carolina. This is after I came home from the 15. I beat the 15. We bought the nightclub. That's the Cartier on the wrist. That's a Rolex rope or chain. And then there's a Cuban link. I forgot what they call this link, but I had a big piece. But E Banger was smoking secretly, and he sold my piece. And I got the chain back from the crack dude North Cac. Shout out to Durham, Raleigh, and Henderson. No joke, in the dirty South. Me and LL before he did the 24 years in prison. All right, that's enough. All right, my other bands. Look, they used to call that the I ain't gonna tell you what they called it, but y'all see the reds and the slats. The 20 inches spinning, the reds and the slats on the I-95 from the Stead coming back. I-95 from Hempstead coming back from North Carolina, the nightclub. You heard? All right, receipts. That's my Benz and my Escalade. Both got the same rims. I owned them both at the same time. I was getting the brakes changed at Mavis brake spot on Westbury. Shout out to Westbury, New York, Strong Island. All right, see, 24-inch, that's when 24s was the biggest, and those are 22s on my ML, my Escalade, same rims. You heard? Got those rims in Brooklyn. You heard? All right, just a little receipts. That's Hempstead Police Command. That's enough of it. That's my projects, my old projects before they knocked it down, and that's Terror Ave. All right, let's get started. All right, we needed to show receipts. All right, let me do this right now since I'm here. This was an intro of Rita B and me, song called I'm From Hempstead. If y'all see the outro to this channel, I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side. Shout out to Charles Coleman. It's on the poppin', Charles Coleman. You don't like this one tonight, King. He a day one. Listen.
I'm from Hempstead.
The ghetto, the dark side, strong like the wrong guy. They think I'm supposed to run.
Walking my shoes to different avenues. Niggas getting murdered passing through. When the cops leave a patent, you will grab you. You know, crip niggas, they be slashing you. Fake thugs walking with toast, incapacitating you. Standing on the block, so sworn can enter flash you. Either it's a thief, or it's the police, or some roddy little dude talking about you got beef, or it's a dopey on the block. Flashing the tits, talking about for $5, shit suck your man. Or it's the feds on the roof, and they flashing their cameras. All the bullets flash after thugs blast their hammers. I'm from the ghetto, you, I ain't got no manners. All I got is my famous faculties, they blame us. See, we ain't playing around, we taking it all. So give me the flowers, eggs, milk, cause I'm eating it all. I'm from Hempstead.
The ghetto, the dark side, strong like the wrong guy. They think I'm supposed to run.
What? Stop share. That was me and Rita B. That's the song, Hempstead. Parks, that's where I got the outro from. Shout out to Rita B out there. All right, let's get started. Tonight's story is about Z Black. Now, first of all, I want to give a salute to Thinmannventures. Thinmannventures. Let me, start. I took myself off. All right, because I want to give credit, because Thin Man did an interview, and we got some untold story tonight of Z Black, but I have to give credit to the Thin Man. Where's his screenshot? No, let me do it this way. Shout out to Reese Collier in the building. Cancel. Now, Justo in the building. All right, let's go. Present, share screen, go to window, bang, share. Thinmannventures, a brother out of Brooklyn. Salute to Thin Man. I like your channel, King. I'm supporting him because Z Black gave Thin Man the only interview he ever done, the live footage. And this is the receipts to the story I'ma tell tonight, to the receipts to the legacy, the dark legacy of the most notorious New York State prison inmate probably in existence, Z Black, also known as Pissy Black. He was also a booty bandit. So we're not going to congratulate the darkness, but tonight we're going to find out why he was so dark. And then I got other stories that's going to come out tonight. Now, he sat down with Thin Man before he died and did an interview out in Brooklyn. So salute, Thin Man. Great channel, King. We need to support one another. You know, instead of people be hating on one another and don't give credit. Shout out to the Thinmannventures, the Thin Man channel. All right, now let's get started. Z Black. Let me do some of the people who wrote about Z Black. There's a brother on YouTube. His name is at Real Time. That's his handle on YouTube. He said, I started boxing in 1980 at 6 years old. I was taught on the streets in Far Rockaway, Queens by prison boxers. Hold on, let me do it this way. Present, I can do one better. Share screen, window. Let's do it better. Bang, because I'm going to take pieces of this and make my movie from it. Bang, share. All right, there you go. Let's put Black on the screen. All right, this is the thumbnail. Z Black, live interview, brand new story, plus live interview, New York's most savage inmate, Pissy Black. All right, the brother, what's his name? At Real Time. He said, I started boxing in 1980 at 6 years old. I was taught on the streets in Far Rockaway, Queens by prison boxers. Shout out to Far Rockaway, that new Z Black. He said he was taught on the streets of Far Rockaway by prison boxers that knew Z Black. He said everything that y'all going to hear in a second that Z Black was saying is 100% true. He said, in fact, he is being extremely modest in describing his boxing skill set. He said, I know monsters who ran the New York State prison systems, and they told me that they would never, ever fight Z Black. He was a super athlete. He said Z Black was benching, pressing over 600 pounds. He was a calisthenics master doing pull-ups and dips. He was a master super athlete with a punch that would kill a man literally. At Derek Brewer, he said, I heard a lot of horror stories about this monster, Z Black, as well as Mother Dear. I'll be doing a story about Mother Dear and Dead Arm Row from Brooklyn. These are booty bandits, those who take men's manhood in prison. Don't go to prison, young men. It's nothing to play with. Now, he says, thanks to the Most High, I never ran into any of these monsters in my life. They were real life monsters. True to fact. At Carlton Johnson, he said, I knew Z Black. Guys, Z Black is from Long Beach, Strong Island. Shout out to Long Beach and Hempstead, Strong Island. Yeah, he lived in Hempstead. He about to say it tonight. He said, now, Z Black, his nickname before he became Z Black in Long Beach was Poo Poo. We have those names in the hood growing up. Not the original 50 Cent, the rapper 50 Cent from G Unit from Southside Jamaica, Queens, his nickname was Boo Boo. We know Poo Poo, we know Boo Boo, we know Ray Rays, we know Tay Tays, we know Man Mans. Shout out to Unique Daddy U's little son Man Man. That's hood stuff. So Z Black's name was Poo Poo. Yeah, like Dookie. We got Dookies in the hood too. Y'all remember we got some Dookies in the hood too. All right? Now, this brother said, he said, Carlton Johnson, he said, I knew Z Black. I knew him as Black Donald. Black Donald was his name when we was in 3rd grade. When we would hang, listen, 3rd grade in East School in Long Beach, New York. This brother Carlton Johnson knew him as Black Donald. He said before his name became Poo Poo. He said Black Donald, Poo Poo, who would later be Z Black, would hang in the elementary school bathroom all day waiting for anybody to come in the bathroom to take your money or take whatever you had. He said, I hope he's in a much better place now that he's dead. He said, R.I.P. to the brother. Now, I know you're going to have people come and be like, he was a booty bender. We're not saluting his actions. We're not saluting anything. We're telling this testimony. I got true life stories I'm about to tell, and y'all going to hear Z Black tell his story. And it ain't what, if you saw Thin Man's video, there's more to it that we're bringing out. Shout out to Mike Garcia. I was hoping you was here tonight, Mike. Mike said Black ain't like bullies. I know that's right. He didn't like bullies. We got firsthand accounts. A lot of us experienced. Black was on our streets. Brothers here is from Hempstead. We from Strong Island. Unique said, yo, Daddy, I'm on the block, Terrace Avenue, broadcasting live 25 to life. You about to see Terra Avenue tonight. Black about to talk about it. I'm going to show y'all. Unique right now. Let me show y'all at home. This is the difference with this channel. Right here. He said, yo, that's Daddy U. That's where Granddaddy U. Not that he got his name from, but that's how it is in the hood. Like 50 Cent, the rapper, got his name from the original 50 Cent. Shout out to my R.I.P. to my brother Granddaddy U. But this Unique was the original Daddy U. Right? Now, Unique said, he said, yo, this is Daddy U. I'm on the block, Terrace Avenue, broadcasting live 25 to life. Terrace Avenue was called Terra Avenue. Okay? Let me show y'all something. Let's do it. Let's play. Let's do it because this is live. You heard? So I'm gonna walk this dog. I'm gonna walk this out. Watch this. Let's do it. Share. Stop sharing that. Come on. Let's do it. Present. Share screen. This is how you work this. This is how you work this technology. All right. Make it full screen. Up. Full screen. Let me see what y'all see. There you go. Watch this.
And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner. And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner. Somebody told somebody I was coming around the corner. Every kid on the block went and got their gun. Every kid.
That's Z Black introducing the monster himself speaks. This is Black. In 2014, when he finally, y'all will hear from him, when he came home. I saw him before this bid in 2007 when I was fighting my 25 to life. I was in the cage. I was in the bullpen with Black. He went back up. I'm guessing this is 7 years later. He came back down. So when he did this, I had been home. Well, no, I was in Florida now. That's when I became a Christian. Y'all gonna hear that story. So when he did this, I was just waking up, about to wake up. Now, you heard what he said. Listen one more time.
And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner. And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner.
That's Terrace Avenue. The sign, you can't really see it. It says Terrace Avenue, Jackson Street. So he said he was on Terrace, and one day he came around the corner. He talked like me. That made me laugh. I'm like, we from New York, but I don't know where we get that country. 50 got it too, that country accent. That's what 50s, when he first rapped, he said, they say 50, man. I don't know, I got it too. They be like, where you from? I'm like, coming around the corner. Word? I'll be like, that water. You heard? This live tonight is that water. We about to bring that water. Shout out to Mike White. Wow. All right, so let's go. So Unique said, let me put Unique back up. This is the receipts, guys. It's the difference with this channel. He said, yo, he's broadcasting live from Terrace Avenue. It was nicknamed Terror Avenue. Live, 25 to life, broadcasting on Terror Ave. All right. Mike said he ain't like no bullies. Facts. Justo said Terrace was no fly zone when I was a kid growing up. Shout out to Justo HNIC. Shout out to Mike White. Mike said, I remember when Z Black gave everyone that came through gold teeth. He gave it to me in a peanut butter jar. I remember this time in the counter you was there. Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. I know. Let me put his message on the screen. This is the receipts. Shout out to Thinmannventures, man, for doing the interview of Black so that we can add in those who was there, right? Those who, all right. So Mike said, he said, I remember when Z gave everyone that came through gold teeth. All right. So he'll have to, I wish he could just explain that, but whatever. He'll type it a little cleaner, Mike, so we understand exactly what you said. All right. But anyway, he said, if you remember this time in the Nassau County Jail, you was there. All right. Now, let's get started. Let's get back. That's why I just wanted y'all to understand, for the people watching, that this is what you bring to, I'm not taking the brother's content, I'm adding to. You heard? I'm so thankful that the brother actually had the interview and put it out so that we can break this down and do this. All right. So let me go to window. Let's go back here and we're going to get started. All right. Now, let me come back. Bang. Come back here. Bang. That's on the screen. Now, let me continue to the brothers who knew him. So this brother said that in East School in Long Beach, when they was in 3rd grade, he was in 3rd grade with Black Donald, with Poo Poo, who became Z Black. And he said he would wait in the bathroom, in the elementary school bathroom, waiting to take your money or whatever you had. Another brother on YouTube at Astral Mind, New York, he said, yeah, that's facts. He said Z Black lived in both Long Beach and Hempstead. He said, I ain't gonna cap. I was terrified of Z Black. He said, I remember he took my brother's weed when in Long Beach, and my brother was like, oh, hell no, Poo Poo. He said, that's another one of his nicknames. He said, my brother was like, oh, hell no, Poo Poo. You gonna have to beat my ASS, but we gonna fight for this weed. He said, and immediately Black started laughing, and they started laughing together. Him and my brother was real cool, but he doesn't know that that's my brother. And I can attest to that, because one thing that Black respects, and I know this from firsthand, is when someone stands up to him. He don't like bullies, as Mike Garcia said, and he also don't like a coward. All right? Now, Okay, Mike said Black had a peanut butter jar full of gold teeth that he was taking from cats and oh, thank you, Mike. Okay, all right, now thank you, because I didn't understand. All right, so listen, so Michael White, shout out to Hakeem. All right. Now, also, guys, these people I'm calling out, these are official dudes too. So Hakeem is official. I was in jail with Hakeem. Hakeem and did I don't know how long Hakeem. I don't know how long you did in prison. Probably 20 years altogether, right? Now these dudes are official in prison as well. New York State prison system. Not glorifying it. It's just facts. This is what y'all here for, to hear the testimony stories, right? Now I got the context. So Mike Garcia said Z Black had a peanut butter jar. So in jail, guys, I wish I had the thing. I used to have my cup to drink on there. In jail, we save the jar. So let's say if you got peanut butter and jelly, and then you finish the peanut butter and jelly, you save the jar. The jar becomes a cup, right? You use it to put tang in and make stuff, right? You use it to store things, right? And has a top to it. So Mike said Z Black had a peanut butter jar full of gold teeth that he took from other people in jail. Now that makes sense. Okay, so now I understand. So hold on, let me put it on the screen because I want y'all. There we go. I'm gonna put it on the screen. I gotta remember to do that. All right. These are the receipts. Okay. This is why we're able to do this live, the live footage. Now these are the people who know him. Now Mike said. Now I can decipher. He said, I remember when Z Black gave everyone that came through, he gave them gold teeth. He said he gave gold teeth to me. He had them in a peanut butter jar. If you remember this time in Nassau County Jail, you was there. Thank you, Mike Garcia. I was hoping you came, Mike, because I know you would help. Mike and Corey is sharp. They be helping me out. I was hoping you came, Mike, because I know he can fill in pieces. All right. So now, Unique said, he said, you remember? He said, Rambo little cousin Chills, a.k.a. Pimp, said, P. Yeah, I know his little cousin Pimp. He said, peace, y'all used to see each other in Brooklyn. That's Medina in Brooklyn. All right. So anyway, let me get with the story. Hold on, another one. Mike, Z Black stories. Mike said, the police used to let Z Black go from the E floor to the H floor, friendly extorting cats on commissary day. Now, see, this is what I need y'all for, New York, because I'm going to tell a story, all right? Yo, in jail, he was like the COs. He was like the king. He wasn't, Z Black was a beast of all beasts. He was like, even I tell y'all, in jail, the guards used to act like cheerleaders, bro. I was like, what? You ain't got no wins when all the guards is like, yo, what's up, Black? What you do? They serving Black. So Mike said the police, the COs, the guards used to let Z Black go from the E floor. And I guess that's the main, because he usually stay in the main jail. I don't think he could ever make it outside to the satellite. In the main building, right? I was in the main. He said he used to go, I think he said, from the E floor. From the E floor to the H floor, extorting people on commissary day. Commissary, guys, is when you get your food, the store. They have a store, you go to get your food. So they would let him go extort. All right, hold on. Got another one. Mike White said, Hakeem said Z Black worked on new admissions where you take a shower and you get a mattress. There you have all your items, period, to buy back for crack later. If you remember, you was there. Mike, help Mike White out with this. He said Z Black worked in new admissions. I know the new admissions in the bed. I'm thinking he talking about the county because he could be talking about prison. He said where you take a shower and get the mattress. I remember that. That's when you get all your items, period, and to buy back for crack later. If you remember, he was there. I'm thinking he said he would take all the items, but I don't know. So, all right, hold on, one more, and then I'm gonna get going. Mike said Z Black was the warden in Nassau County Jail. That is a whole fact. I was in there with him, and I was like, yo, you ain't got no wins in here if the police is just scared of him like this. All right, so now here we go. Yeah, jail was his hustle. It was his home. Shout out to agrees. He said, SHIT. Hold on. Oh, he used to be in the satellite too, Grease? Okay. Hold on. Grease said, SHIT, he used to come to the satellite sometimes to check ish. Real talk, 100. I ain't even, so they used to let him outside to the satellite on Grease. And Grease is another. These people who are telling the story, guys, Grease is a big boy too. Grease is about 6'3", 6'4", about 300 he was. I think he losing weight. So I remember when I was in jail with Grease, right? This one is just Rodney Goldsmith. I swear, I'll tell you that story, Grease. It was like, Grease, big Grease, big Grease. I was like, oh my goodness. Yo, Grease, I used to wish, Grease, that I was 6'5", 3, because y'all got so much just off being big, even though, you know, Grease official. But then it was like, Grease. They act like little girls. I looked up, I said, oh my goodness. And then Grease walks in, Grease walks into the bullpen. This is we were in the bullpen one time, Grease. He's like, yo, what up, Rob? I'm like, yo, what up, Grease? I said, oh my goodness, I wish I was big. Right? So anyway, all right. He said, Mike said midway in the building. He said, Scully, me, and Big Grease. All right. So, all right, let me get started, guys. But thank y'all. I'm glad. Y'all can keep writing. I'm going to remember to say what y'all say, because I know, like, people got the stories. This is what the people want to hear. They want to hear stories, all right, of Black. And now we get to hear from himself. Now, that brother, Astromind, he said he remembers Z Black in Long Beach took his brother weed, and his brother was like, oh, hell no, poo-poo. You gonna have to beat my ass. We fighting for this weed. And they started laughing. And he said him and my brother was cool. All right. So now another one said, at first Scorpio, he said, I have heard nothing but horror stories about this man since I was a teenager. I heard how much of a gladiator as well as a grapist. Grape. I can't say that word. Right? He said, I heard how much of a gladiator as much as a grapist, taking other men's manhood he was. He said, I never saw how he actually looked or heard him speak until now. Shout out to Thin Man for having this interview. He said, it is so sad to hear the origins of his pain and the continued pain all in his life. He could have been a Hall of Fame boxer, as well as football player, whatever. He was a super athlete. He would have been, no disrespect, but he would have been the best boxer in the world, heavyweight champ for a long time. All right? Here go another one. This brother, and we about to get started. This brother named Chris Black, at Chris Black, he said he brought up this brother Mackey. Yo, Mike Garcia, Bishop Mackey, I know you heard of Bishop Mackey. You might know him. You might have heard of him too, Mike. And Grease, I know you heard of Bishop Mackey. Some of y'all might know him personally. Is this the same? Well, y'all going to hear him talk about a Mackey. I wonder if this that same Mackey, because he loved Mackey. Black loved Mackey. I heard it in there where he was like, he loved Bishop Mackey. All right. Shout out to Ray Jacobs, Sugar Hill in the building. Now, oh, he is super goon, Diod. Watch, you about to see it and hear it from him. Now, this brother said that Chris Black, he said, he mentioned Mackey, and he said that is the Gangsters crew. This was the 70s in Hempstead, Strong Island. So guys, in the 60s and the 70s, New York had the gangs. Rap music replaced the gangs. When we started creating hip hop music, the gangs started to go away. The last was like the Zulu Nation and stuff like that. But we had the gangs in Hempstead. We had the Warlords. They had the Gangsters, the Paybacks, the Ace of Spades. These were gangs in New York. Brooklyn had Jolly Stompers, the Bronx. Like, we had gangs. So he brought up, Z Black is going to mention, he joined a gang in the 70s called the Gangsters Crew in Hempstead, Strong Island. And this brother said, Mackey and Nova ran the Gangsters Crew, the gang. It wasn't a crew. It's before we came up with crews, the next generation in the 80s. That with hip hop, we started the crews. But before that, they had gangs. So he said Mackey, the brother Mackey and the brother Nova ran the Gangsters, right? T. Smith said, FZ back. I receive you. I 100% receive that. That's why I said, Brother T, we not oh, okay. So you must got it twisted. All right, I didn't see his other one. We're not glorifying. You came in late, brother T. We're not glorifying. This is just, we're showing the history of this dark person. And he's going to, I don't know if you've seen this, but he's going to explain where his darkness came from. Now listen clearly. The whole purpose of my channel is to warn the youth, Terrence, so that they don't mess around and get themselves thinking they gang in the streets and end up in jail and run into this monster. Because he's a monster. You heard? Now, so I'm going to keep it, Brother Terrence, I'm gonna always keep it balanced, because I don't want nobody to think that we are glorifying this monster. But monsters were created. I never knew his story. I was glad that he was able to tell his story before, because usually, listen, Brother Terrence, usually when people become monsters like that because something happened to them. Hurt people. It doesn't excuse it. But I was glad to find out the source. Now, again, at the end of this, we're going to expose that nasty stuff. So I'm with you, Brother Terrence. Don't get it twisted. We're not glorifying. We're not going to do that. Now, let me see what he said. He said, that's what we're not glorifying it. If we're going to give some props. Oh, I got Steve. Oh, Brother Terrence, do you got any pictures of Steve? I still need pictures of Steve. Only reason why I didn't do Steve's story yet, because I want some flicks. So if you could get me a pic, Brother Terrence, I got Steve on deck. All right, first-hand stories, I just need a flick. I know Raj trying to get, Raheem Rayford trying to give me a flick of Steve. All right, so we're not glorifying. All right. I know. See, that's the problem. That's a whole nother thing. No, we ain't about to do that tonight, though. That's true. So, all right, I ain't even gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it, Grease, because we ain't about to do that tonight. Shout out to, you know what I mean? We gonna keep it balanced, right? But that's another thing that this channel is about the truth. A lot of people say stuff, but they definitely. But I wouldn't fall them either. All right. So anyway, let's get to. We're not glorifying. All right. So now, this brother said, Mackie. He said Mackie and Nova ran the gang called the Gangsters. This brother named Chris Black, he said, I fought in the Gangsters gang in 1975. Nova named me Little Nova, and me and Lil Mackie, we ran the Young Gangsters, the gang that came. I remember Z Black very well. Now, we're not promoting gangsters. We're not promoting crime. We're not promoting, this is dark testimonies of the street life that got people life in prison, turned people into monsters. And this channel is to warn the youth, because you will run into this. All right. You think you gang till you get behind, you run into this monster. All right. And he wants your booty. Yeah. All right. Brother, Brother Terrence, I'm going to keep it 100. He wants your booty. You heard? Now. All right. Now, last one. Dr. Patrick, this is a doctor. Dr. Patrick Graham. He said, as a child growing up in Long Beach, New York, whenever brothers discussed superstars or dark legends of our block in Long Beach, Z Black was often used as a comparative benchmark for their warrior military combat. He said, now as a grown man, me and an advocate for community and black male development, I view Z Black as an example of our failures. Our failures as the black family in the community to empathize and acknowledge the pain of young black boys and men. He said, we got to try to change the narrative. Blessings and RIP for your truth. And he put to Z. Now, we're not glorifying it. All right. Now, the brother, now we about to play y'all about to hear from Z Black himself. The brother Thinmannventures, Shalom, Matt Ober, Shalom. The brother Thinmannventures, who interviewed. He got a chance to do the only interview ever made of Z Black. He said, I met Z Black after he was released from his last prison sentence in 2014. I was introduced to him by an archbishop named Russell Davenport. He's a martial artist, karate expert from Roosevelt Strong Island. Shout out to Roosevelt Strong Island. He said this Archbishop Russell Davenport, this martial artist from Roosevelt Strong Island, was respected by Z Black from the time that they were young. He said, I believe that the recorded conversation, the interview that you are about to see, that we had the first and the last and only interview that Z Black ever sat down to do. It is also the saddest story that you are likely to ever hear. I agree. He said, Z Black's life was indeed violent and very depraved, but it was also very tragic. He said, I'm grateful that I had the chance to sit with him and to hear some of the hidden details of his life that contributed to the dark person that he became. He said, I am aware that many will rush to the comment section to inform others of his graping mens and his tendencies while in prison. And I don't know, I'm guessing it was on the streets too. He said, and they will question why these things weren't brought up in this interview I did. He said, the answer is simply this. We didn't talk about it. I didn't ask, and he didn't tell. All right. Now, Russell Howard said, Russell Davenport, my guy, all right? If you don't have an 80 or 89 on your number, you wasn't there, homie. I know everyone that was there. All right. That's that 88, 89 on the, now we ain't promoting the jails, that they just reliving their trauma, guys. That's what it was, man. All right, here we go. Let's go. The first live footage ever of Z Black. Here we go. Now listen to this. And we got more. We bringing more to this story. Here we go. Stop share. Mike said, please don't make me pull people cards. All right, here we go. Share screen. Present. Share screen. Bang. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Now I got a new setup. So let me do this, because I'm glad I remember. So let me change this. Let me turn this off. Bang. Because we need Black full screen. Because this is going to be a movie. Turn that off. Now let me make this full screen. Hold on. Make it full. It should take up the whole. Nope. That's full. Let me see. And then get me off the screen. I got a new setup. No, not new layout. Drop down. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, make it full screen. Give me 1 second. Bang. There we go. My new layout. Bang. I'm over in the corner. I'm out the way. Get me out the way. Here we go. Let's play. Let's go. Start.
And it was like that one day I was on terrorist, man. One time I came around the corner. And it was like that one day I was on terrorist, man. One time I came around the corner. Somebody told somebody I was coming around the corner. Every kid on the block went and got their gun. Every kid on the block. I'm talking, you see the gun sticking out. He said, meet me back up here Monday. And I was living in California, in Hempstead. My name was Donald Thomas. Everybody knew me by Z Black. Long Beach, Long Island. Okay, is what it is. So I was destined to be a bad guy. I was a very hateful young kid growing up. You know, people moms, when I'm from Long Beach, everybody moms hated. I was in the streets. So I was everywhere. Man, I was breaking the parking meters. I was burglarizing. I was robbing people's houses. I was a 9-year-old terrorist, man. I was one of the worst. I think I was the worst kid in Long Island at the time. I inflicted a lot of pain on a lot of people. Everybody wants to see you get killed or be in prison for the rest of your life. But I was never the type of dude to take advantage of a little guy or a guy that couldn't. You know, I always went out to the big fishes, you know what I'm saying? If you was tough, then I was safe. And I never liked to bully.
Let me help, because sometimes y'all can't understand him. He said, I didn't like to go after the little fishes. He said he always liked to go after the tough guys. He said if you was tough, then I was like, let me see. You want to see how tough you are. All right? Now, I'm not, again, we're not getting to the Booty Bandit part yet. So I'm not talking about that. All right? So anyway, some things y'all can't understand. All right. Shout out to Mike. Shout out to Grease and everybody in the 80s. I wasn't there. I got my first incarceration was 92. So I'm glad I wasn't there with y'all. It was more gladiator school back there, guys. I remember, because I heard all the stories back in the 80s up in there. Super gladiator school. All right?
Big gun. Every kid on the block, I'm talking, you see the gun sticking out. He said, meet me back up here Monday, and I was leaving.
All right, hold on, sorry. Let me go up a little bit. There we go.
You know what I'm saying? So I was destined to be a bad guy. I was a very hateful young kid growing up. You know, people moms, when I'm from Long Beach, everybody moms hated. I was in the streets. I was everywhere. I was breaking the parking meters. I was burglarizing. I was robbing people's houses. I was a 9-year-old terrorist, man. I was one of the worst. I think I was the worst kid in Long Island at the time. I inflicted a lot of pain on a lot of people. Everybody wants to see you get killed or be in prison for the rest of your life. But I was never the type of dude to take advantage of a little guy or a guy that couldn't. You know, I always went out to the big fishes, you know what I'm saying? If you was tough, then I was safe. And I never liked to bully in my life. I can't stand bullies, man. Those are guys I hurt. If you see a guy that really know what he's doing, he's not boastful, they ain't gonna put it out there. He's smooth with it. And some guys get cocky with it, just knock people out and do that, for instance. I was never one of them type of guys. You know, I prefer to walk away from you before I hit your shot here. That's today.
Nah, yesterday.
So he said, that's today. And then the interviewer said, now talk about yesterday, like the past. All right.
I had a dude ask me a few minutes ago, about 3 hours ago. He said, they let you out? I'm gonna tell him like that. I said, that's how you feel? He said, you know I am. I said, I don't care. I'm scared you ain't. There's only two things people wish for me. They sit back, wait. You know how you waiting for the big punch, big knockout? You want to see if I'm running around here and try to extort people, putting pressure on guys again. That's what they're waiting on. So they can kill you. But that ain't gonna happen. When I walk through the streets, I can see guys like whisper to another guy, "Oh, that's too black, right?" These dudes are more afraid. See, they didn't know me. Don't nobody in Long Island know me, man. They just heard that name, and they put so many stories with that name. And it was like that one day I was on terrorist.
When he says, don't nobody in Long Island know me, he's talking about know the real me. Meaning he let his wall down and someone really get to know him. Y'all gonna understand why he said that in a second. Now, I'm not gonna interrupt it again. I'm gonna let it play and then we're gonna double back because you're gonna, I have to break down certain things. But
see, they didn't know me. Don't nobody in Long Island know me, man. They just heard that name and they put so many stories with that name. And it was like that one day I was on terrorist, man. One time I came around the corner. Somebody told somebody I was coming around the corner. Every kid on the block went and got their gun. Every kid on the block, I'm talking, you see the gun sticking out. And I walked down the block, and I stopped this one guy. I said, "Come here, man." He said, "What's up?" He had a big old 4-pound 45 automatic. He said, "You're a black man, we ain't having him out here." I said, "Man, jack up." What they real desire is to never see me again. You know, I grew up in a family of 5 boys and 3 girls. You know, rough family. I didn't have a lot. We didn't have a lot. You know, and it got to the point to where, you know what I'm saying, we was fighting over whatever we can get, like crumbs and nothing. At the age of 7, you know, my brothers, man, you know, my brothers raped me. My brothers raped me.
Did y'all hear that? Did you see the pause? There was a pause when he thought about, should he tell it or not? I want to point out that soon after this, he's dead. It was like a foretelling of him, like telling some of his story because nobody really knows him. That's what he's talking about when he said, nobody really know me. They know the monster. He said, so what he's doing, he's like, that's what he's talking about. Because we know, I knew black. We knew, right? I even seen a gooder side of black. I'm gonna tell a little bit of it tonight. Personal one-hand story, right? I seen him try to help people too. But when he said nobody really know me, he's talking about he got devils in his closet. He got things that you can't express, especially as a so-called black man. Now, a man, period, no disrespect to my other nationalities. But the so-called blacks, we got another set of trauma as well. You know, from slavery and all this stuff that happened to us, that we got this manhood that you got to keep in. Me too. Like, that's why this testimony channel is about. Like, nobody knew I didn't have, like Mike Garcia, even Mike White. Me and Mike White was my first, I'm 5 years old, 6, 7 years old. He's the first person to spend the night in my grandma's house. But you heard what I just said with my grandma. Mike Garcia would tell you, like, oh, grandma, rag grandma is no joke. But nobody really realized I don't have a mom and a dad. I had my dad. He showed me. He would come see me some night, but my mom, I never knew her. So I had a grandma till she died. There's a hurt and a pain in there that I mask over and block out. So there's hurt and pain in people, and hurt people sometimes. Now listen, he said, he paused and he thought, should I say this? Because if he let this out, that's a sign of weakness. All right, this is a man thing. Y'all listen up, sisters, especially those of us who've been in jails and prisons and in the street life. When you let your vulnerable space, the wall, people use it to destroy and attack you. I'm guessing he must have been sensing in his spirit he might not have had long left on the earth. And if he wouldn't have did this interview and Thin Man wouldn't have took it, nobody would have ever known. He probably never really ever told nobody this or nothing. But I'm going to put it back. He paused first. He thought about it for a second and he decided to tell it. And he said, at the age of 7 years old, my brothers raped me. His older brothers, a 7-year-old little child, they raped him. So now, we ain't excusing, I ain't never would excuse anything he's ever done or nothing. But sometimes you have to get to the root of the cancer. You have to find out the root cause. Yeah, he said plural. Yeah, I caught that. His brothers. Okay? Look at the pain on his face right here. So he's going to explain, he said, that's why I became a monster. Because he couldn't trust nobody after that. All right, let me go back a little.
At the age of 7,
Hold on, let me go back a little more, because I want you to see when he decides to tell it. He pauses.
What they real desire is to never see me again. I grew up in a family of 5 boys and 3 girls. Rough family. I didn't have a lot. We didn't have a lot. It got to the point to where, we was fighting over whatever we can get, like proms and nothing. At the age of 7, my brothers, my brothers raped me. My brothers raped me. That took a lot out of me. Couldn't trust nobody after that. I used to walk the streets, man, at the age of 7, 8 years old, man, like month on end, man, nothing to eat, no clothes to change, just to keep me going back there.
He said, I used to walk the streets at 7 and 8 years old. No clothes, nothing to eat, just to keep from going back to the house because his brothers would rape him. It's one of the most heartbreaking stories, and I done softened up now. So it's like I was like fighting back tears and I never cried a day in my life before. The Most High softened me up a little, which I'm glad I'm more human now. But it broke my heart when I heard it. I'm like, what I know, because I knew Black. I seen two sides, and I didn't have the understanding because I seen him be nice and kind of care, but I seen the monster too, right? So I seen both sides, right? But hearing his testimony, the story, now I understood. You can see how much pain he fought back his own tears. He fought back his own tears. Yeah, and he wouldn't let nobody know, Desiree. I'm quite sure, because he would have looked like a weak. He would have looked weak, right? Yeah, Grease, and that's why he hates bullies so much. Facts, generational curses. All right. Now I'm gonna let it continue a little bit. Hold on. I don't want to go back too far.
At the age of 7, my brothers, man, my brothers raped me. My brothers raped me. That took a lot out of me. Couldn't trust nobody after that. I used to walk the streets, man, at the age of 7, 8 years old, man, like month on end, man, nothing to eat, no clothes to change, just to keep me going back there. I believe because I was different, man. I was the type, I always thought I was a tough kid. I always thought I was a tough kid growing up. I used to jump out the window and be on the street before they got on the block. You got this selling weed, stealing, robbing at that age, you know what I mean? Young age. They ain't like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Even though they was doing the same thing. I didn't think they really loved me.
He's talking about his brothers. He said he had 5 brothers, 5 of them, 4 brothers. He said he would be out there. He wouldn't come home. He would stay in the street because he didn't want to go back there. He said he would get out in the street before they would get out there, and he'd be trying to sell weed and stuff. He's talking 7 and 8 years old. And he said they didn't like that. He said, I always thought they didn't love me. He said they didn't like that. This is a child. Not excusing anything he did as an adult, but find the source.
It's to keep me going back there. I believe because I was different, man. I was the type, I always thought I was a tough kid. I always thought I was a tough kid growing up. Like to jump out the window and be on the street before they got on the block. We got this selling weed, stealing, robbing at that age, you know what I mean? Young age. They ain't like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Even though they was doing the same thing. I didn't think they really loved me. You couldn't love me to do that to me. But see, before all that happened though, I went to my mother with it. When she beat me like she beat me, she didn't care about it.
Y'all hear all this hurt, bro? Now, to my brother Terrence, that's what I said. We're not promoting none of that booty bandit stuff or none of that. But for anyone to hear this child, because he's regressing, tell, for someone not to have any compassion at all, you can't be human. That's inhumane. It doesn't excuse the events later, but monsters were created, man. They created monsters off the slave ships and stuff they did to our ancestors and stuff. I had to be a monster to a certain extent. That's why I said in 92, I went crazy. Like I was I was becoming a monster, bro. And it was just like, I'm glad I snapped out of it. The Most High allowed me to come back. He said, they couldn't have loved me. Because if they loved me, they wouldn't have did that to me. They wouldn't have been doing that to me. His own family in his house, his brothers. He's a baby. He said he went to his mother and he said, but the way she beat me let me know she didn't love me either. Why wouldn't he become a monster? I mean, this is devils being poured into this child. I mean, be very careful judging another's shoes, his walk. Just be very careful. I remember Mosey Green. This when I was hustling. I was doing my thing in New York before I left. And I remember he used to say, he called me Smiley. Mosey remember this from the Heights. I said, why you call me Smiley? Because you always smiling. And he said, man, I remember this because he was like, man, life is good for you. You must ain't never, you don't know about. And Mosey never knew that the smile, it was me not allowing the darkness to control my present. So I didn't realize that I was always jokey, laughy, smiley, yo, what's up, and upbeat and cheerful. But what Mosey didn't know, and I told him, after I serve you, because I was hustling, you know, whatever, he was getting high, it is what it is, you know. After I served him and I did my time for any crime committed, I would get back in my car, my Benz or whatever, and I would go right back to depression. Yeah, Duck family. Yep, Mike. And so the smile, when I would get back in my car and pull off to go answer the next beep or something, the smile would be gone. It would very rarely someone would see me and be like, what's wrong with you? Because the smile, and I'll be, oh, no, nothing. People, trauma, they if you're smart, you would hold it, you block it out because people exploit it. So all I'm saying is just be very careful judging a person's darkness because you never know what happened to him, to them. And we're not excusing it. We ain't trying to make no excuse. We just trying to find out. You know, usually people that abuse kids, most of the time they were abused. People that be graping, most of the time they were raped. People that will, it's up to us to stop the generational curses, to break. That's what I did with my kids, because my people abandoned me. I didn't have a mom and dad. So I'm like, I need to give them, and I was, until these new, this new stuff, and women take my children and just get paid. But I raised my babies from birth to adulthood and was there every basketball, because I wanted to break the cycle. I didn't become an alcoholic because my natural genetic dad was an alcoholic, and I seen it destroy him. Even though he wasn't in my life, but I seen it. So I stayed away. I don't drink. Trying to break the generational curses. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, and you remember, I know Mike didn't realize, remember all you ever knew was my grandma, right? That's all we ever, because all I ever had. You know what I mean? I know you probably heard him, you know, we heard of my dad, but he was away and he had his own family and his own life, and all I had was my grandma, but then she died. That was it. I was on my own from then. From like 15 up, it's a wrap. That's when I was homeless. That's when Unique let me live in this until I got my first spot in Queens. That's my story. I was homeless as a teenager, young, feeling like nobody loved me, man. I had to block all that in, bro. I'm crying. I'm not going to cry. It's like, but anyway, this ain't about me. Black. I just want to, again, we're not excusing anything that he's done. Let's hear this man's story. All right, let me go back just a little bit.
5 boys and 3 girls.
All right.
Rough family. I didn't have a lot. We didn't have a lot. You know, it got to the point to where, you know what I'm saying, we was fighting over whatever we can get, like proms and nothing. At the age of 7, you know, my brothers, man, you know, my brothers raped me. My brothers raped me. That took a lot out of me. I couldn't trust nobody after that. I used to walk the streets, man, at the age of 7, 8 years old, man, like a month on end, man, nothing to eat, no clothes to change, just to keep me going back there. I believe because I was different, man. I was the type, I always thought I was a tough kid. I always thought I was a tough kid growing up. I used to jump out the window and be on the street before they got on the block. You got this selling weed, stealing, robbing at the age, you know what I mean? Young age. They ain't like that, man. You understand? Even though they was doing the same thing. I didn't think they really loved me. You couldn't love me to do that to me. But see, before all that happened though, I went to my mother with it. When she beat me like she beat me, she didn't care about it. And then after that, so my life completely changed. I never changed. I never trusted anybody ever again. took me a long time to trust anybody. So I have a hard time with that today because of what I was going through at the time as a kid. Made me so angry. And that's when my life changed. That's when my whole life changed. I was robbing, I was stabbing people. I'm talking about the age of like 12, 13 minutes. I robbed a taxi driver with a butcher knife and cut his throat for a little $5. I always treated
That he robbed a taxi driver with a butcher knife, cut his throat for a little $5. You see? He said that's when he changed, his life changed. Basically, he became a monster.
the guy that I cut loose on as if he was my brother that raped me. So much anger I have. That's how.
You heard what he just said? He said he always treated the guy that he cut loose on, as his brothers who raped him. That's what he sees. So he's scarred and traumatized. He actually needs therapy, counseling, and healing, but all he got is the street, and he alone out there. And the street, especially back then, it was even worse. Kill or be killed. He's talking the 70s in New York City. All right? All right.
That's how serious you gotta be. I'm caring about your family hurting. I robbed a taxi driver with a butcher knife and cut his throat for a little $5. I always treated the guy that I cut loose on as if he was my brother that raped me. So much anger I have. That's how serious you gotta be. I'm caring about your family hurting. I'm caring about you laying in the hospital. That was my goal. I ain't worried about you doing that to me. At the same time, not only that, I didn't care about dying at the same. Because I knew I was capable of doing it. I know where it starts at. It started right, I just told you where it started with you. And it's all through you. That's why you got kids in these gangs, just running around here doing these gangs, just carrying these guns. You got a lot of resentment, you got a lot of hatred. And it starts at home, you don't start in the streets. I see a lot of young kids in the streets who just like me, how they got lost, how I got lost. Might have been a little different from mine, but I can tell now that if you don't have no direction, man, you no matter how old you lose this game. You lose. And kids is doing it now, I see that every day. Even sometimes I see her leave me up on the block, I'll be like, and I see some shorties, I talk to them, man. This is what you think is your joke is real, man, because when it all boils down and you carrying that big thing right there, when it all boils down, it's paid for in the end.
Oh, I saw this black too. When I tell the story, this was the black that came into the bullpen. And I told the story before. Before this video, I have a video up on YouTube. It's on another person's channel. It got like 40-something thousand views right now. I did it on another. This was 2 years ago or something. And when I first started telling stories live, and I told the Z Black story, but I had no video or proof and stuff. But I saw this black, and he came in to the bullpen, and he was trying to help because they was loading people. The brother was facing 33 years, another with 25, and stuff like that. And it was the dichotomy. It was just like it was him. It was this black. Mike said I had many conversations with black, and then I'm not going to tell that story tonight. I got another story. Well, I'm going to tell that one tonight. All right, so I'll wait till I get there.
How did I know about that?
So he said he would go up And when you see the youngsters on the block, he said, you got that big thing there, meaning you got a big gun, right? You run around with a big 4.5, 40 cal, you got a 9mm, you got a 357. He like, yeah, that's all good, but that's going to get you caught up. Meaning, yeah, you carrying all that, you know, you making money and selling the drugs, but what he's warning guys, honestly, see, I read between the lines. He's like, you doing all this here, but this is going to get you caught up and you're going to end up seeing somebody like me behind those walls. That's what he's talking about. He talking about, yeah, he's like, that's a big gun you carrying and all that. He's trying to tell him like, man, it ain't worth your freedom. Because when you get behind that wall, you know, Black is like, I'm like 6'7", 6'8", 9", whatever he is, 350, prison box champion and all that. And it's monsters behind the wall. So he's like warning them that, you know, he's trying to school them. There's predators behind the wall. They say there's animal sets behind the wall. What I hope I'm gonna butcher this. There's a snake, there's a wolf, there's, let me see, a gorilla and a rat. All right. He said Black love frog from Long Beach. All right. He said fine frog. Frog from Long Beach. I guess you know Black was his man. The snake is looking to strike you. The wolf is the sharp, wise. He's still a predator. The gorilla is the kind of peaceful giant. And this ain't got nothing to do with size, intelligence, and then the rat, right? Now, there's other ones. I'm just bringing, you could bring other, because there's the jackals. It's a jungle in prison, bro. It's nothing to play with. But then you also got a sheep, right? The sheep for the slaughter. And you won't know who you are until you get there. Guys, when I was getting my 25, I'm going to tell a story. When I was in the bullpen, when Black came in the bullpen, at that time, it wasn't, but I don't know if it was that time or the next time I was in the bullpen, I was telling my lawyer, I want to take my 25. Just give me, I'm taking the plea. I'm taking the cop out. I can't take this no more. I'm going crazy in the jail, in the county. I need to go up to prison. In my mind, I was becoming a wolf. Mike said he was undefeated in his weight class as the world. I received you, Mike. I see you in jail too. I received that. In my mind, I was becoming a wolf. Like I said, I was never planning on ever coming home. This was my mind. I'm not about to go up there to do 25 thinking I'm going to come home, and I'm going in there to be a wolf. I'm going in there. I know I'm probably going to have to take someone's life, so I'm never going to come home. But I need to go in and secure my position, my manhood, and it's at all times. Lions, tigers, predators, bears, hyenas, snakes, serpents, rats, everything is there. You understand? Pick your animal. You heard? So I guess I'll be a mixture between a wolf and a gorilla, or whatever. But in my mind, I was preparing to die. And that's what Black is trying to warn them. And that's what this channel is about. It's all fun in the streets. It's all that. But behind that wall, bro, there's some monsters back there. And that's what he was talking about. I don't want to talk too much on this.
Young kids in the streets was just like me, how they got lost, how I got lost. Might have been a little different from mine, but I can tell now that if you don't have no direction, man, you no matter how old you lose this game. You lose. And kids is doing it now. I see that every day. Even sometimes I see leave me up on the block, I'll be like, and I see some shorties I talk to them, man. This is what you do. You think it's your joke is real, man, because when it all boils down and you carrying that big thing right there, when it all boils down, it's paid for it, man. How did I know? Because I done it. Z Black. Mackie was a bad boy, boxing out of North Philly. And he had a gang called the Gangsters back in the 70s. I ran across him one day, he was going to Philly, so he said, I want to talk to you. I said, yo, man, I want to join that gang. I want to get down with your team. He's like, you serious? He said, meet me back up here Monday. And I was living in California, in Hempstead. He brought all his team around. He said, yo, we're going to have to fight this dude right here. So y'all going to have to shake out. So I said, I think I was 13 years old.
Sorry, I thought I was on screen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was on screen. That's gonna mess my video up. Shout out to Aaron Daly in the building. So what I said was, I said, the interviewer asked him, how did you get the name Z Black? And so he started off, he said Mackie was a bad boy. So I was asking my New York people, is that Bishop Mackie he talking about? Which, I'm wondering if that's Bishop Mackie. And he said at the age of 13, he was living on California in Hempstead. That's on the Heights. Shout out to my Crown Heights people where Rod Napierre live and everybody, right? Q Dog and stuff, right? And shout out to those living on California Avenue. I think it's Avenue. And he said at 13, he was living on California in Hempstead. And that's where he ran into Bishop Mackie, all right? So he said, Mike said, Z Black made us all state ready. If we didn't have Black, many may never become lions from sheep. Said if we didn't have Black, many of us may not have become lions from sheep. Said God bless to Z. All right. Now again, I know people will come and be like, y'all promoting but they're not promoting the bandit. Let me explain something to y'all. That's because yo Mike, it's because people really don't understand the prison life. Okay. When I was going for my 25, there was a brother named Jumbo. Now, Jumbo had already did like 20 something years. Jumbo didn't even look like he looked like he didn't ever work out the whole time. One time we went he just decided to go to recreation. Jumbo started lifting the weights and his muscles just said, blue, blue, blue. He became a muscle bound. I'm like, that's when I first learned the muscle memory from State Penal Institution muscle memory. He ain't work out the whole, I think I was in there about 8 months with him. He never touched nothing. The first time he went, he just blew up, right? Now Jumbo, because Jumbo, okay, good. He said, not Bishop Mackie, it's Black Mackie. Oh, thank you, Grease. Black Mackie, the OG. I know Black Mackie. All right. Thank you, Grease. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. This is Thinmannventures out in Brooklyn. Oh, he probably know the Mackie. All right. He says, not Bishop Mackey, it's Black Mackey, the OG from Crown Heights in Hempstead. That's the Heights, where Granddaddy are you from and all that. And Terra Avenue, where Black is going to talk about, that's where Method Man's originally from, Rock Marciano and others. All right. So now, thank you, Black Mackey. All right, now I know. I remember Black Mackey now. All right, thank you, guys. That's why I needed y'all here to help me fill in some of the details. Now, I'm just trying. I try to explain for those. It's a mindset you got to have. In jail, in prison, that stuff you got on the street, it changes. You got things you got to mind you. You got to block out things like you ignore, like you don't see it. You got to. Now, what I mean by that is you don't accept it. You're not one with it. But certain things you got to mind your business because you got to coexist in here with these lions, wolves, rats, rapists, murderers, killers, psychopaths, maniacs, freaking serpents, snakes. You got everything, bro. Now, the Jumbo dude, I'm in there. Now, Jumbo had already did like 20-something years already. So he's down. He came out after 20-some years. He wasn't home long because he institutionalized. He going back up. He know he going back home, right? He's happy to go back. So now, we in there. Jumbo work, Jumbo cool, right? Now, he's in the dorm. He's watching dudes. So it was this dude from Terrace Avenue. I forgot his name now. He walk around with his coming out the shower with his slippers on, playing cards. He all because Terrace was thick in there. He sleep, and I'm looking at Jumbo. We doing something. I think I'm playing cards. I look around and I'm watching Jumbo is just watching him. Right? He's watching him. And I'm looking, because I peep everything. You got to watch everything. You watch everything, everybody. You got to read body language, sign language. You got to be freaking the astro projector, bro. That's why you don't want to go there, young brothers and sisters. Just listen to Unc. Listen to the OGs. Listen to us. This is what the other ancestors, the elders didn't do. They didn't warn the youth. You don't want to go there. Now, I watch everything. So I'm playing, even though I'm playing spades or whatever, and they playing for money, and they, I don't gamble, so they're going to give me stuff. They just want because I play good, right? But as I'm doing it, I'm watching this crew over here. I'm watching this over here. I'm watching them scheme. I'm watching them rolling weed. I'm watching them go forth to the bathroom. I'm seeing everything that's happening all at once. This is prison life. This jail. You need to do this. If you need to learn this. Need it in the street too. Now, but anyway, listen. So as I'm looking at. I can see Jumbo, and he way over by us in the corner somewhere. And I'm looking at Jumbo, and there's a energy over him that I didn't see before, like a darkness. So you see Black right now on the screen. He's in a sad state because he's telling his story, and this later. But don't get it twisted. Something will come over him, and you'll death is life and death. Y'all hear me? Now we can't hear nor see. Okay. Oh, good. Y'all can hear me now. Okay, that must have been an old. Y'all can hear me, right? Yeah, they can hear me because he said you have to be bipolar to survive. Absolutely. Mike said you got to be bipolar to survive. Absolutely. All right. Y'all can see and hear me, right? Somebody write to make sure. Make sure. I don't want to, because I'm saying a lot. Somebody write and say y'all can hear me. All right, because there's a delay. All right. So I'm going to keep talking in case somebody say they can't hear me no more. All right, good. Larry, said, thank you, Larry. Shout out to the Bronx, New York, in the building. All right. So now, as I'm watching Jumbo over there, and as I'm playing cards, right? I'm looking around and I'm watching and I'm seeing a darkness I never seen over him, right? And I start to look and I'm looking and I look at his eyes and follow his pattern. And his pattern is going towards this, I forgot his name. Oh, I don't want to say his name. I remembered it now. I don't want to say his name because he probably still live on Terrace. I don't care. Well, he need to know. His name was Zeke. Zeke. Zeke with a K. And probably my complexion or whatever. And he walking around, got his slippers on, shower shoes and all that. And he just, you know, because, you know, we all posse'd up, crewed up. Terrace had a crew, so he's part of Terra Ave crew or whatever. And I'm looking, and I look, and he's watching Zeke. And I said, he looking at Zeke. And he watching Zeke like he looking like, it's like a snake or looking at a prey, like looking at a, and I was just like, and as Zeke walked, he walked there, and then he went to the shower, he came out, he went to his bed, and he just following him. So later on that night, we doing something, and I had the spot where they would come get bread at the end of the night, right? So people could eat, right? So I had a store, right? So some people get loaf of breads and stuff like that, get bread from me, right? So you get bread off the bread cart and stuff. So Jumbo would come get, you know, he was one that would come get bread, right? He was, you know, so Jumbo came, so I was like, yo, Jumbo. He's like, yo, what up, Rob? I'm like, I saw you earlier. I said, why you was looking at Zeke? And he looked at me. He said, I said, I saw you, Jumbo. I said, you had a look on your eyes. And he looked at me in my eyes. All right? Hold on. He looked at me in my eyes, and the light went away again. There's a switch that cuts off and on. People are dangerous, bro. He got dark. Just, and he said, I want him. And I'm like, now I didn't know. There was no signs of him being a rapist. That's not nothing. The whole time we was in there. Now everybody knew he was dangerous. He already did 20-some years. But he said, I want him. And I'm like, I said, what you mean want him? He said, Ra, he better not come to my prison. He said, he better not come into any facility I'm in. I'm going to get him. And I'm like, damn, Jumbo. He said, I'm going to get him. He better not come to any facility I'm in. And I said, all right. I said, here, Jumbo. Take your bread and go back to your hut. You heard? Take that darkness right out. I'm like, here. And he walked off, right? Took his bread and he walked off. Now, I said, oh my goodness. What I witnessed, and I know Mike know this, I witnessed them plotting from the county jail. Listen, we know that it starts in prison. When you get behind the walls, you got these predators that these booty bandits that start to scope out the weak and looking. But I didn't know even start earlier than that, bro. Jumbo was scouting his prey from the jail, and everybody in the dorm, we was all getting state bids, all right? Because it was a dorm. I was in a dorm in the satellite, and we had got our bail reduced. I was only there because I got a bail reduction. So everybody there getting state time, right? So it's a state time. So everybody going to prison, unless you beat it, unless you go to trial, right? So I found out he was plotting, and he was like, and he said, and I switch jails, like he prison hop, because when you stab somebody up again or something, they'll switch you to another prison, right? They send you from Attica to Clinton to Comstock to whatever. They bounce. And I was just like, that's why I said I was preparing to be with monsters. I was not planning on coming home. And again, this channel is about warning. So that's why I wanted to say to the brother Terrence, we're not glorifying the bandit stuff, but we need to warn the youth and anybody else who never been behind those walls. On this video, on this Thin Man's Brothers channel, you had brothers in the comments that said, I ain't gonna run a traffic light after seeing this brother's story. And that's what I want to hear. Brother was like, listen, I'm about to make sure I stop at every stop sign. I'm not trying to get behind no wall. Good thinking. And that's what the channel is about. To avoid you getting behind a wall and running into somebody like this. Because even though black is a devil, has a strong, he still had a part of him that still has some humanity too in there. There are others who have zero humanity, meaning they gone. They just straight devil. Okay? All right. Let me let's let Black finish.
Shake out. I think I was 13 years old. And we shook me, this kid named Reggie Young, we shook like two pit bulls. We shook. Once they broke it up, they said, he already had his name. His name was Greg. And this guy's.
Okay, I think, did I do this part or did I go before? He said about his name? Sorry. So anyway, he said he met Black Mackie. Now I know it's Black Mackie. And he said he wanted to join his gang, the gangsters. And Mackie said, all right, you're going to have to shake out. Shake out means you're going to have to fight, right? He says, so him and another dude, they shook it out. They shook out like two pit bulls, fight for it, to get his way in. And so then he said, Mackie said, all right, out of everybody here, it was 30 people here, Hempstead, Strong Island on the Heights, in this gang called the Gangsters. He said, pick a name. And I think he's going to say it's a brother, and I think he said John Oliver. I know Grease don't probably know who that is. He said his name was Z Black. And he said, I like that name right there. So he picked the name Z Black. All right? Now, just in case I didn't put that back. All right, here we go.
I want to join that gang. I want to get down with your team. He's like, you serious? He said, meet me back up here Monday. And I was living in California, in Hempstead. He brought all his team around. He said, you're going to have to fight this dude right here. He said, y'all going to have to shake out. So I said, I think I was 13 years old. And we shook me, this kid named Reggie Young, we shook like two pit bulls. We shook. Once they broke it up, they said, he already had his name was Greg. And this guy, and Mackie said, listen, he said, being you young, he said, who here name that you want? He said, I have 30 people. He said, pick a name out of anybody you want. And there's a dude named Charles, but his name was Z Black. I said, what's your name again? He said, Z Black. I said, that name right there. And that's how Z Black, that's where it started at. Never had no friends, never.
Now you just learned where he got the name Z Black from. All right, that part didn't play. That meant I went too far ahead because he was warning the kids. But anyway, that's how y'all just heard how the name Z Black was born. There was another one. He fought the dude. His name was Red. These are Hempstead dudes. All right.
I have 30 people. He said, pick a name out of anybody you want.
Hold on, let me go back. He was warning the kids.
What you think is it?
There it goes.
The joke is real, man, because when it all boils down and you.
That's where I left off. He was trying to warn the
young
kids
in the streets.
See, there we go. So that's why I said read through. He's warning the kids not to come to jail because he's going to be one that's going to be after them. You see? That's why you got to read between. But, you know, most don't hear it, right? They really don't know the warnings. And that's what this channel is about, to warn and let them know, like, you do not want to go, you don't want to run into this dude behind the wall. You don't want to run into them dudes. And there's some worse than him. All right? Mike said, tell him, there you go. Let me put it on the screen. Mike said, tell him Tell the kids the boogeyman is real. Bro, this is what I'm talking. Shout out to Charlie Chase in the building. Charles D. Reeves. This Chase know the boogeyman is for real. Okay? For real. Y'all watch we got a troll in the chat. Y'all can if you can take care of that. All right. So it's for real. It's boogeymen, the monsters in the dark. Yeah, it's nothing to play with. All right. So he's trying to warn. He's up on Terrace Avenue, Terra Ave, and he's trying to warn the kids. Like, yeah, you got a big gun and all that, but he like, that's gonna get you in something you can't get yourself out of. Facts.
I see a lot of young kids in the streets who just like me, how they got lost, how I got lost. Might have been a little different from mine, but I can tell now that if you don't have no direction, man, it don't matter how old you are, you lose this game. You lose. And kids is doing it now. I see that every day. Even sometimes I see leave me up on the block, I'll be like, and I see some shorties I talk to, man. This is what you think is it. The joke is real, man, because when it all boils down and you carrying that big thing right there, when it all boils down, you pay for it, man. How did I know? Because I done it. See, Black. Mackie was a bad boy, boxing out of North Philly. And he had a gang called the Gangsters back in the 70s. I ran across him one day, he was going to Philly, so he said, I want to talk to you. I said, yo, man, I want to join your gang. I want to get down with your team. He's like, you serious? He said, meet me back up here Monday. And I was living in California, in Hempstead. He brought all his team around. He said, yo, we're going to have to fight this dude right here. He said, y'all going to have to shake out. So I said, I think I was 13 years old. And we shook, man, this kid named Reggie Young, we shook like two pit bulls. We shook. Once they broke it up, they said, he already had us, and his name was Red. And this guy, and Mackie said, listen, he said, man, you young. He said, who here named that you want? He said, out of 30 people, he said, pick a name out of anybody you want. And there's a dude named Charles, but his name was Z Black. I said, what's your name again? He said, Z Black. I said, that name right there. And that's how Z Black came. That's where it started at. Never had no friends. Never. I ain't gonna lie, I never had a friend. It took me a long time, man, to even talk about this. Talk about, I grew up about everything else I did, but the real things that hurted me, I didn't never talk about. I don't like a liar. Liars give me flashbacks. You lie to me about something, and you don't have to. I learned all my stuff in prison. When I first went upstate to Warwick, and they had some guys, some Brooklyn brothers, man, I ran into, really good. Like I said, that 52 thing, they was really good at it.
He said when he first went up to prison in Warwick, he ran into some guys in prison from Brooklyn that was good with fighting. To the 52. It's a 52 hand block. It's a New York thing. It's a New York prison thing, right? The 52 hand block. It's a street jail prison boxing thing, right? Maneuvers. So he said he ran into. He's about to explain where the other Z block is still on the Heights. Oh, the original one. So Gree said the original Z block is still on the Heights. Mike, some of your chats I can't show because you put cuss words in it, and I can't put the curses up. All right, so some of them I can't show. All right, so he said you leave your pistol. What Mike said, he said when you get those in the street, you leaving your guns at the gate. When you get behind that gate, you don't got your 45s and all that. Okay? All right. So shout out to Chase. Chase said, you always keep it real, my brother. You remember the days. Yeah, I remember, Chase. All right. So now he said when he first, now he's about to explain when he first learned the art of boxing. And he's young when he's going up to the prison. I think he's going to say he's like 16. All right. Going to prison. All right. All right. So hold on. Let me try to read it. Mike. It's the chats be scrolling through. That's why I don't see them all. I can't see it, Mike. So hold on. So y'all gonna have to, some of them ain't gonna be read, guys. I can't see because they scroll on my end. So now I'm trying to scroll. I can't even find it. All right. All right. He said, a woman, a man, a weak man can bust a gun, but she will never have the real cojones when it comes to it, when they get behind the wall in prison. All right. He said, because you got to leave that gun at the front gate when you get to the prison. And it will show whether you got the real cojones when it goes down or not. All right. All right. So y'all got to realize I can't read them all. So let me keep with the show. All right. So now this part he's telling about his first time. This is how he learned to box. So he said there's a bunch of Brooklyn dudes in this prison, and they was 52 masters. Chase said he was a 52 master too. All right. So now, here we go.
Lights give me flashbacks. You lie to me about something. And you don't have to. I learned all my stuff in prison. When I first went upstate to Warwick, and they had some guys, some Brooklyn brothers, man, that I ran into, it was really good. Like I said, that 52 thing, they was really good at it. I always knew how to do a little something, but them dudes was really good at it, and I wanted to learn that because I thought it was cute, it was fly. But when I went to Elmira, they sent me to Comstock at the age of 16. And I walked in that yard, I couldn't believe how many dudes out there that were just as good as the guys on TV. Just as good.
He said when he walked into the yard at 16, first of all, at 16 going into the yard in Comstock, Elmira, he said he couldn't believe how good those guys were fighting, boxing, just as good as the boxers on TV. That's what he said, just as good as them on TV.
Those guys was on TV. And I just sit back, I said, yo, man, I'm gonna do that. Like as a kid growing up, I always knew I could scrap, I always could scrap. I said, you know, I want to be good at this. I don't just want to be African, I want to be really good at this shit. And by me being angry the way I was, I put so much time to learn how to defend myself that's all I did. And I caught this old time out of Brooklyn named K.O. Smith, the best I ever seen. I'm telling you, the best I ever seen. I seen some bad boys, but I ain't seen nothing like him. I seen the Glass Man, I seen the Shy, I seen all these old, not like K.O. Smith. And I talked to him and I said, listen, I want to learn how to do that. And didn't know that he was Muhammad Ali's sparring partner. Once he taught me this stuff, and I honed my skills because I would go back to my cell and still work on the things he showed me how to do.
So he said he met an OG, I think he said K.O. Smitty. He was Muhammad Ali's sparring partner. He taught him the art of boxing, slipping, punching, moving, 52 blocks, the prison things. And he said because of all his anger, all his pain and trauma, he just focused on defending himself. Now you gotta remember, he's 16 in a male prison with So, but I know he had size, right? He probably looked like he was 30 at 16, right? So Zayala said George Foreman used to do that 52 block. Yeah, that is how he used to fight. That's how he used to defend himself too. All like this. And that's where he used to fight. So he said he just trained himself and studied this art of boxing.
Shots, I see all these old, I'm like, hell, man. And I talked to him. I said, listen, I'm gonna learn how to do that. And didn't know that he was Muhammad Ali's spar partner. Once he taught me this stuff, and I honed my skills, because I would go back to my cell and still work on the things he showed me how to do. You understand what I'm saying? And I just got better and kept getting better and kept getting. And once I became good at it, and they started having tournaments where you boxing from guys from the streets coming in and the work I was putting in, I felt that was like the highlight of my life at the time. But that's the only thing I owned. You understand what I'm saying? I felt good about myself. That was the only thing that gave that like boost my self-esteem up in my life at that time. But when I was growing up and I had it and I was doing my thing with it, I sparred with some of the best, this is a fact, I sparred with some of the best heavyweight champions in the world, bro. At the age of 19, 20. Sparred against Larry Holmes, Eastern Pennsylvania. That's where he's from. I went all the way down. I sparred against Joe Frazier, two son Marvin and Marv from North Philly. I went down to Chicago and sparred against Pink and Tom, the heavyweight champion at the time. The one that Mike Tyson beat. Tim Weatherspoon. I worked with some of the baddest dudes in the game. You understand what I'm saying? I was about to get with Holyfield, but I caught a bid. I was just waiting to go to jail. I was so comfortable.
He said he was about to get a deal with Holyfield. He would have been the heavyweight champion of the world. Nobody was going to be black. I'm just trust me on that. Nobody's going to beat this dude. He said he had a deal with Holyfield, but he caught a bid, meaning he caught a jail charge. He caught a crime. So when he was about to get his deal to fight the box, because he was home, so they had him going around and sparring with Larry Holmes, the heavyweight champs, and he was about to get a deal. Shout out to Chase. Hold on, let me put it up, Chase. Chase said, I was the bodyguard for the Nasty 4MCs, Hempstead's finest, Parkside. Yes, she was, Chase. Chase is crazy, too. I mean, we used to run with Chase hard. I'm going to tell that story when I tell Nasty 4 story. Chase was like, Chase was like, I'm the bodyguard. Chase is crazy. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Charlie Chase in the building. All right, let's let me go back just a little bit. There we go.
Pink and Tom, the heavyweight champion at the time. The one that Mike Tyson beat. Tim Weatherspoon. I worked with some of the baddest dudes in the game. You understand what I'm saying? I was about to get with Holyfield, but I caught a bid. I was just waiting to go to jail. I was so comfortable putting the handcuffs on App. You know, I was like, he didn't even have to take it off, because I knew I'd be at another 15, 20 minutes. As soon as I leave your house, I'll be over in county jail. You can bet on that. I really want, matter of fact, I was about to turn pro.
Did y'all hear what he said? He said, and that's the institute. He said, man, and that's, unfortunately, that's how we grew up. So where he grew up is where I'm from. And that's all we did is go back and forth to prison. So that's why some of the brothers you hear, they add up collectively, they're doing 10, 20, 30, 40 years going back and forth. So that's why I say they're not, I know it sounds crazy that they shouting out B block, this block, A block, this Clinton. If he wasn't here in 80, it's because we come from we call it bidders. We doing in and out the gate. It just is what it is. Our system, our police system was so corrupt against us in Hempstead and Strong Island that we was just going in, and Nassau County had a #1 conviction rate of America for like 30 something years. Unjustly convicting us. We get time for anything. So he like, I'm going back and forth to jail. He said, they might as well didn't even take the handcuffs off me. He said, when I leave your house right now, he's talking to the trainers and those who about to sign to go professional boxing. He said, when I leave your house right now, I'm probably going to be in jail. That was his reality. He regrets it later. He regrets it later, but that was the reality. So they go back and forth. Honestly, It's just, and us in the streets, we know. He says something like this, and he's right. When we home, we in the streets, we hear Z Black home. It's just a matter of time before he go back. And that's what I used to think in the street. I'm like, Z Black home? It'd be Z Black, Pudge, Bam Bam. There's only a certain amount of Devos that was really, really dangerous. Z Black, Pudge, and Bam Bam, right? Really Pudge. Z Black and Pudge. It's like Pudge home. Oh my goodness. I'm like, oh boy. Right? That meant you got to be extra strapped up, extra on key, but it's just a matter of time before they go back. They don't stay home for long, maybe a month, a couple of weeks, right? And then they back for another 10 years or something. Then you got another 5 to 10 years. You'd be like, Z Black home, Pudge home, this one home. You're like, okay. All right? Your facts. Hold on, let me get Grease. Grease said, I'm so glad I changed my ways, bro. I was reckless as hell. I've been home since 1996 and ain't going back. 100. Me too, Grease. I ain't going back either. I vowed I am not. Unless they have to take me back and body bag, I ain't trying to go back. I rebuke that. But hold on. Somebody else wrote something else. I wish I could keep up with them. Where is it? Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's right after that. Yes, Grease said it. He said, fact, Z Black hands are crazy and his power is unmatched. That's what would make. Now, we're not talking about the booty band and stuff, guys. So people get out, just we'll get to that crap. We're talking about the skills. His power mixed with his size and his natural evil inclination, his trauma. Man, that boy been to kill somebody punching him in the ring. If they could have kept him out of prison and put him in that ring, his whole life would have been different. All right. Shout out to shout out to D Pain. Hold on, I gotta put my elders thing up there. He said, if you start bragging about his b-ball skills, he used to play ball too, Pain? I didn't know he played basketball. Oh, wow. He was big enough. He said, if you start bragging about his basketball skills, he was nasty with it. Up north had some ballers. He had those Magic Johnson skills. When it came to his rep up north, no one wanted it with Black. And on top of all that, he was crazy strong. Attica, 89 through 90. Shout out to D Pain, my elder. I'm going to tell Payne's story on here if he'll allow it, guys. So y'all going to have to ask him. My New Yorkers, y'all going to have to message D and say, if he allows some of it. I don't know if he wanted told. But I am going to tell a piece with me and Payne, with my boy, right? And if I got to not say his name, I'll change the name. But because I don't know if he want his past told. But shout out to D Pain. Love you, D. Facts. Grease said, hold on. Man, I seen him in action, and let me tell you, that ain't the dude you want to square with. You can't jump him unless you have weapons. Facts. That's what I said. You ain't beating him. You're going to have knives, a gun. You're not beating Black. It just is what it is. Charlie Reeves said his brother was a warlord. Facts. All right. I noticed his hands, so it's a different type of thug. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You see the size? If you could see his size, and this is when he older. All right? All right. Greed said there was a police officer in the county jail that was a Harlem Globetrotter. He used to love Black. Black definitely was a beast on the bats. I didn't know he played basketball. That's a new one. I did not know that. To go hard, hand by hand, combat. Mike said Z got the delayed knockout stairway in the main building. All right, now let's continue. So he's talking about his boxing, And he said, you know, he would be in jail the next day.
In 1980, 81,
Oh, let me go back just a
called
little
it
bit.
the one that Mike Tyson beat. Tim Weatherspoon. I worked with some of the baddest dudes in the game. You understand? I was about to get with Holyfield, but I caught a bid. I was just waiting to go to jail. I was so comfortable putting the handcuffs on App. You know, I was like, he didn't even have to take it off because I knew I'd be at another 15, 20 minutes. As soon as I leave your house, I'll be over in the county jail. You can bet on that. I really want, matter of fact, I was about to turn pro in 1980, 81. I caught a bid. But I was so good at it. I was 20 years old, 21 years old. I was so good at it. And the guys, because I used to go all over, they used to call me up. You know, even some of the great middleweights, Mike McCullough, the body snatcher out of Brooklyn, you understand what I'm saying? Middleweight champion, he used to call me up. I used to come out here and shake with him and go 4 or 5 rounds with him and stuff like that there. Well, anyway, right, these guys were really good. And when it came to that boxing, these dudes were really good. Talking about their slip game was good, they put game was tight, and you know, they knew how to put things together. But I was never felt like inferior. I always felt like, no, just average.
Now, this part, I want y'all to peep this. He started talking about how good they was, they slip game, all that. He's talking about the professionals, all that, even the ones in jail. He said, these guys was good, and then he puts his hands down, and that's that little smirk where he like, but they weren't better than me. Facts. He like, but he said, I felt like they were all just average. That's that confidence. All right, now again, we're not promoting. I got to keep saying this because people will come in like, y'all talking about a booty band to promote. No, we're just talking facts, bro. I mean, the facts is facts. I'm sorry. If someone, let me explain something to you. If someone, if a gay dude, a big gay dude, like we used to have one in Hempstead called Tyrone Lewis, big, Debo. If Tyrone Lewis knocked you out on the block, that's just the story, right? So we on the block. This, I ain't promoting this, but let's say we in the 80s and we tell a story, man, Tyrone knocked what's the name out. It don't matter that he was gay or not. It just mattered that that's what happened. So all we're doing is saying they're telling the facts of the truth of this what it was. It doesn't mean he wasn't a monster, wasn't nasty, wasn't doing all that. This man is telling his story before he died. And as Lara Yah said, you can sense, if you can read between lines, you can sense I think he knew he was not going to be here. That's why he did this interview. All right? All right. All right. All right. So now let's let him go. Let him go back. Let me go back just a little. All right, here we go.
And the guys because I used to go all over, they used to call me up. You know, even some of the great middleweights, Mike McCullough, the body snatcher out of Brooklyn, you understand what I'm saying? Middleweight champion, he used to call me up. I used to come out here and shake with him and go 4 or 5 rounds with him and stuff like that there. Well, anyway, right, these guys were really good. And when it came to that boxing, these dudes were really good. Talking about their slip game was good, they put game was tight, and you know, they knew how to put things together. But I was never felt like inferior. I always felt like, no, just average. That's how I always felt. Y'all just average. I never felt like, man, staying it down. I ain't gonna bleed in. I don't know if I can rock. I never felt like that. As a matter of fact, I used to always tell guys, listen, you really good at that? Shit. Let me see this guy. And test my skill like I was a dingo dog. You see what I'm saying? Dingo dog, they test their skills each other. I always felt like I was good enough to beat anybody in the world. I never felt inferior or like, I don't know if I can get at this dude because he got this and that and I heard about this. It didn't matter because the key to that game for me is that I always let you make a mistake. So you're gonna be patient. But I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made.
I'm not going to get the story out tonight. I might. But I had a confrontation with him way back. And I never understood, I'm probably going to do at the end, what he was, I was young, but he was doing something. And this, what he just said that right there in this interview, that's what he was doing. Since I was young, since 16, I never had the answer, like, what was he doing? I'm going to tell a story at the end of this, right? My confrontation with Black. And after that, we became cool, right? Now, I never slept. I never made it seem like, but he became cool. Black respect if you stood up to him. And I was little, and it was what it was. Everybody was out there. It was on South Franklin, right? But when I tell the story, that right there, when he said, what did he say? I'll wait for you to make a mistake. But when you make that mistake, listen, I did a clip.
I will let you make a mistake. You're gonna be patient. But I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made.
That right there. That's when I tell the story, that's what he was doing. When I saw this interview, I said, that's what he was doing. I couldn't figure it out. I knew something was spooky, but I was like, he was waiting for me to make a mistake. He answered. When I saw this video, I said, you just answered my question I had since I was 16. I never knew what he was doing. All right, hold on. Let me go back, because y'all got some stuff they saying. They see the people. So Mike said Bebe versus Z Black was the challenge of the century. Then Grease said Black killed Bebe. That was over Mike Floyd. Oh, y'all gonna have to, Grease, Mike, y'all gonna have to, we gonna have to do, y'all gonna have to help me do this story. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all need to help me out, guys. Y'all gonna have to, we need this story. All right, I heard of Bebe and I heard about this, but I don't know the details. Y'all be knowing details. So he did it over Mike Floyd. Okay. And then Mike White said, Move Something is his up north name, and Tyrone fought with Strong Island. Oh, y'all gonna have to tell me the New York State prison stories, guys. Y'all gonna have to tell me so we can get this going. Shout out to KD Kid in the building. All right. He said that was in the county when that happened. Nassau County Jail. All right. So anyway, let's go back to Black. All right. So he's talking about he never felt that that anybody could stand up to him.
And I heard about this. It didn't matter, of course. The key to that game for me is that I will let you make a mistake. You're gonna be patient. But I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made. I never felt like that. Even when I was around James Cooper, Lenny Graydon, these dudes are martial art guys, man. I'm talking pick apples out the air and sword type dudes. You understand what I'm saying? These guys, and we used to get around each other, man, and I used to be like, we used to like, yo, when we gonna work? I said, we can work right now. And after a while, they see how good I was. They just ask me, yo, I teach you the martial art. Why don't you teach them how to box like that? You know what I'm saying? But when I came home, it was the old timer, man, Don Turner. Remember when Holyfield beat Mike Tyson in the first fight? The dude that was in the corner was my trainer, Donald Turner, old bad dude out of Chicago. And he had me, man. And when he first saw me, he said, where you learn this stuff? It's the first thing he asked me. He told me, he said, I want you to get up there and just show me what you got. I said, all right, I got up in that joint. And I showed him, he said, give me a second.
They said the trainer told him, where you learn all these fighting skills? He said when he was in prison, he named some of these martial artists in prison, New York State prison. He said they used to kick apples out of the air, right? He said doing swords and all that. He said they was asking him like, when we going to train? He like, what's now? And he said, they asked him, said, we'll teach you martial arts. Teach us some of this boxing stuff, you know. So he said he got with the trainer. I was in Mike Tyson's corner, an old trainer. And he said, show me what you got. Where you learn this stuff? And he said he put him, get in the ring. And he said he put him in the ring, and he said show him what he got. So guys, I'm just, because I know a lot of people, guys, from my New Yorkers, we talk funny and fast. So a lot of people won't understand what he's saying, and we got our own lingo too, right? So we say we shook up like pit bulls and stuff like that. So I don't want y'all to get frustrated because people from all around the world be watching the video. and they won't know what he's saying, right? Y'all know New York, we got our lingo, especially back then. He got that old lingo too.
The old timer named Don Turner. Remember when Holyfield beat Mike Tyson in the first fight? The dude that was in the corner was my trainer, Don Turner, old bad dude out of Chicago. And he had me, man. And when he first saw me, he said, "Where you learn this stuff?" It's the first thing he asked me. He told me, he said, "I want you to get up there and just show me what you got." I said, "All right," I got up in that joint. I showed him, he said, "Come here a second." He said, where you learn that stuff? He said, "I've never seen nothing like that." I said, "Prison, man." He said, "You want that in prison?" He said, "Well, you're gonna be spawning in about another hour." I said, "All right." So when he said that, he thought the guy he brought in was postman. He had like 30, 40 fights, and you know what I'm saying? I had just signed a contract. I was about to turn. But when he seen the work I was putting on this kid, he was like, "Yo, man, have you ever thought about being a heavyweight champion?" Like shit, got all the tools.
Within this, you could see the pain. And again, we're not making excuses for stuff he did later. This is when he's younger and stuff. You could see the pain and the missed opportunities. He said when he seen him, he put the sparring partner in there with him. He saw the work he was doing on him. His trainer, the dude, said, "Have you ever thought about becoming a heavyweight champion?" And he said, the dude told him, "You got all the tools."
Old bad dude out of Chicago. And he had me, man. And when he first saw me, he said, "Where you learn this stuff?" It's the first thing he asked me. He told me, he said, "I want you to get up there and just show me what you got." I said, "All right," I got up in that joint. I showed him, he said, "Come here a second." He said, where you learn that stuff? He said, "I've never seen nothing like that." I said, "Prison, man." He said, "You want that in prison?" He said, "Well, you're gonna be spawning in about another hour." I said, "All right." So when he said that, he thought the guy he brought in was postman. He had like 30, 40 fights, and you know what I'm saying? I had just signed a contract. I was about to turn. But when he seen the work I was putting on this kid, he was like, "Yo, man, have you ever thought about being a heavyweight champion?" Like shit, got all the tools. Fast, smart, tricky. Seen the movie. And but I allowed that. I had nobody in my life to say, "Yo, come on, man, you got that." Take me back.
He about to cry again. Not all monsters still have a piece of themselves. Before he died, now we ain't excusing nothing he did, but before he died, he did an interview to show that under what happened to that little boy and all the hurt, he said he put a lot of hurt on a lot of people, and he didn't care about what they famous. We ain't excusing none of that. But when he told the story about his brothers raping him at 7 years old, his brothers, he almost cried. He held it back, and right then, he held it back again. Punched his hand and put his head down. He said the trainer told him, "You got all the tools. You're sharp. You're a fast thinker. You're manipulative in all the tools." And, all right, I don't want to go back too far.
Seen the movie. But I allowed that. I had nobody in my life to say, "Yo, come on, man, you got that." Take me back. I was take my life, man. Could get anything. I could have been anything in my life, man. I could have been a pro football player. I could have been so much. I let the streets just take that of me, man.
Y'all see that? He crying. That right there is the little boy. Now, again, I'm a minister. I'm a man of the Most High. I'm also like a psychoanalyst. I'm not justifying anything. I'm not saying anything he did, what he did to anybody else, that he don't pay for it. None of that. This ain't about that. but I'm also a human, and I can hear the pain and it's like, let me explain. We could take a child right now. I can have a baby with a woman, and I could take that little boy and I can molest him, and let me not put that online. Someone can molest the baby, and someone can do this and grape them and starve them and beat them and make them feel like no hope, and create a monster. And sometimes you could squash the light in the child where there's no light, there's nothing but darkness. But in his his only interview, he showed, I guess he knew he was going to go, pass. He showed where it came from. And he's literally crying, this monster. Now, of course, it doesn't excuse the cries and the tears he put on others, but he explained at the beginning where it came from and why. It doesn't make an excuse.
How that I had nobody
Hold on,
in my life to say, yo, come on. Like when they were chance. Like shit.
Right there, start. When he said that the brother told me he could be the heavyweight champion.
He said, where you learn that stuff? He said, I never seen nothing like that. I said, prison, man. He said, you want dead in prison? He said, well, you don't respond in about another hour. I said, all right. So when he said that, he thought the guy he brought in was postman. He had like 30, 40 fights, and you know what I'm saying? I had just signed a contract. I was about to turn. But when he seen the work I was putting on this kid, he was like, yo, man, have you ever thought about being that way, champ? Like shit. Got all the tools. He's fast, smart, he's tricky. Sing you move. But I allowed that. I had nobody in my life to say, yo, come on, man, you got that. Take me for life. I was take my life, man. Could get anything. I could.
He said, the streets took my life. I allowed the streets to take my life. I could have been anything.
I could have been anything in my life, man. I could have been a pro football player. I could have been so much. I let the streets just take that of me, man. I don't understand, man. I had nobody say, yo, come on. I didn't know how to go to school learning this. I learned this here, man, just about watching dudes. I thought good. I was great, bro. I mean, I was really great. Couldn't nobody tell me, you couldn't, there ain't nobody on this planet could not have told me, man, that Mike Tyson would have had a face with me at my age 21 too. That's a fact. I was just that good. And every time I watched certain dudes, and dudes bring a certain name, you know, I shied back with it. That's my money. All the money you got to get me. It's my money, man. And I'm out the streets. I got my anger. To just take that away from me, put me in a situation where I thought was the only place to be.
Let me explain. Shout out to Chase. Yes, sir, Chase. We could talk, King. Now, again, I'm going to do it again. We're not condoning any things he did. But y'all hear him and y'all see what he said. He regret. Like, he literally, they turned him into a monster. They raped him at 7, beat him, put him out, destroyed him. So then the monster that's created, you could see he just wanted love. He couldn't, she said he couldn't trust anybody ever again. He didn't like, so the breaking, you can hear it. Again, not condoning none of it. Anything, just like I can't condone for the hurt that I did to people. I hurt people. Praise the Most High, I didn't shoot no one and kill them. I tried to shoot people. I did my time for the crime. I stab people. I hurt people. I repent for the things I did and the errors. But praise the Most High. Oh, you talking about Mike Floyd. Okay, good. Thank you, Chase. Yeah. Chase, hit my messenger because I want to do a Mike Floyd story as well. I'm thankful to the Most High. The number one thing I thank the Most High was that through all the dangerous positions I was in as a child, he didn't allow me to get raped. That's the number one thing I thank him for. I was abused. I was abandoned. I was molested, but by a woman. Praise Yah. I was molested by a girl, and I never forget that. I was only like 6 years old. And I'm glad she didn't put my face down in her private parts, but she made me lick all over her little tatas. And I can remember the smell of the coochie. And she messed with my little wee-wee and sucking on it. And I don't even know what she's doing. And I'm looking at her. And only thing I keep remembering from that, I'm glad she didn't put my face down there. I would probably remember this to this day. The smell and all that. And then blocked it off like it never happened. And later I realized that was molestation because I was only like 6 years old. It froze? Of course it did. I don't know what y'all heard. I'm going to repeat a little. The Most High didn't allow me to ever get raped or molested by a man. And that's a thank that I'm thanking him for. No disrespect to my brothers and sisters. Okay, thank you. You heard it all. No disrespect to my brothers. And no disrespect, not the sisters too. I'm sorry, sisters, because sisters get raped too. But it's another thing with a man taking their manhood. That's a whole different thing. There are a lot of men who've been raped. When I started doing this ministry, guys, the most story that broke my heart was when I would hear a young man tell me that they were raped. One young man told me that he was raped by his dad. Another one told me he was raped by his dad. New York City. Ministry is for real. I'm a man of the Most High. I have a ministry on YouTube. That's why a lot of people here is part of my ministry. That's what this 25 to Life channel is about. My testimony is to help others. When I had to do a ministry call and listen to this young man tell me that he was raped by his dad, first thing as he's saying it, I got the process and like, oh my goodness, bro. And I'm trying to think like, how are you even functioning, bro? And I got to help them through as they navigate their life and trying to find a wife and trying to be normal in an existence when they're not normal anymore. And a violation can happen to you in your life that will change your whole trajectory of your life. That's why I say I ain't giving no excuses for anybody and their crimes and things, but there's a root cause to things. That was the hardest part of ministry, was to hear the young men say they were raped, molested as children by men, by their uncles or dad. Your dad, bro. Oh my goodness. So again, I pray to the Most High and I thank him that that's one scar I didn't have to face. Now I did get molested by a woman, but praise Yah, it wasn't that bad. Like she didn't put my face down there and all that. And I didn't even realize it was molestation because I blocked it out until later. I'm like, oh crap. I was actually, now, again, that's why I said we're not making excuses. So the pain that this brother is saying on the screen, barring all the hurt he hurt others, you could hear him. He said, the streets took my life. He keeps saying my anger. He said it 3 times. He said my anger because it started from when he was a child. He said, I would jump out the window and leave out the house before they did and stay in the streets, walk with no change of clothes, no food, because he didn't want to go back to the house where they will rape him again, his brothers. And they didn't like him. His mom. Again, we're not justifying or excusing nothing. But I am glad that he was able to tell where the root of all this pain that he caused others as well stemmed from. Yeah, I received you, Angie Petty, and that's correct. If you was solid, he was, and I'll tell at the end of this, there was I don't know what you would call it. Not a friendship, because like you say, he really didn't have friends, but I had, a confrontation with him. And after that, he respected me and he treated me accordingly. That was it. That's all I knew. Now, that doesn't mean I wasn't sleeping. Like I trust him but it just was what it was. I'm used to being around lions, tigers, and bears. I know how to maneuver the jungle. I know how to be around snakes and survive. You heard?
To get me my money back. Now I'm out the streets. I got my anger. To just take that away from me, put me in a situation where I thought was the only place to be. And now, many years later, what I did was just destroy myself.
He said, right now, 30 years later, all I ever did was destroy myself. His life.
Well, as a kid, 9 years old, I've been to Warwick, Highland, Goshen Annex, Industry, Berkshire Farm Trial. As an adult,
he just said, as a kid at 9 years old, he just named all the juvenile detention centers upstate. Highland, Berkshire Farm. He just named Tryon. This man been going to the prison since 9 years old. That was as a child. Now he says, as an adult.
I went to Franklin, Altona, Walk Hill, Greenhaven, Comstock, Sing Sing, Sullivan, Atherton, Clinton, Southport. Every maximum security prison I've been to, at least 5 times a piece. That's why I said, I ran across so much grimy, so the way they treat people.
Now he's talking about the prison system, the COs, the justice system, the prison system. He said, I ran around so much griminess, the way they treat people.
They set you up, they put you in a box for 2 or 3 years, they don't feed you, they beat you up, kick you downstairs while you're handcuffed, and they make sure that your life is submissive over there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one time I was in Wendy, 94, and this is police named David Wolf, never forget him. I had just made the parole book. I had just come out the door, and they gave me a date. I walked down to the mess hall, came back, he said, you step to the side. And all the time this dude was doing, he was just beating up guys. He was a brolic white boy, beating guys up, and putting razors on them, saying they were trying to assault him, that type of stuff. That's his whole alibi. You take the shade razor.
So he said he was in prison, and there was a CO, he never forget, a big white boy. And all he was doing, they was beat people up, kill them, kick them downstairs, killing inmates, the prison guards, the COs. And he said he would take a razor blade, act like they had the razor, beat them up, do all that, and then charge them like they had the razor blade. He was just getting off on beating up. And that's what they do. They get off on it and killing. They'll kill you too, if you get lost. All right, listen.
And this is police named David, boy. Never forget him. I had just made the parole book. I had just come out the door, and they gave me.
Now, he said he just made the parole board, meaning the parole board, they go every 2 years till they determine whether they're going to let you go home on parole. So he made the board, meaning they're going to allow him to go home. So he got a date to go home now. He about to go free. So he said he just made the parole board.
A date. I walked down to the mess hall, came back, he said, you step to the side. And all the time this dude was doing, he was just beating up guys. He was a brolic white boy, beating guys up, and putting razors on them, saying they were trying to assault him, that type of stuff. That's his whole alibi. You take the shade razor, pop it open, tape it a little bit, tell you step up, beat you up, throw the razor on the ground so you had a razor. He was getting away with that. I walked out, went to the mess hall that night. When I came back, he said, you step to the side. I said, for what? He said, he speak to you. I said, all right. Now, mind you, I'm like, man, I'm big as I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna chop my game. I'm in the big boy league when it comes to size. You know what I'm saying?
He said, so the white boy told him, he went to the mess hall to go eat food. He told him, come on, step outside on the line. So he said, okay. Now he know that the white boy be up to stuff, beating up people, right? And putting razor on him, saying that they assaulted him and beat him up and then give him new charges. So he said, now mind you, I'm at the top of my game. This was black, meaning I'm huge. He said, I'm a big boy. He's at the top of it. He's talking about an older story. Right here, he's an elder. He's when he home too. He's talking about he in his prime. So he's, right? This when he's benching 600 and 700 pounds. Okay? Now, he said, mind you, I'm at the top of my game. Huge. I'm a big boy when it comes to the big boy league. All right? That's what he said. All right, listen.
Like, man, I'm big as I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna chop my game. I'm in the big boy league when it comes to size. You know what I'm saying? So, and he see that, but he had just seen me that Saturday. He spied on me that Saturday in the powerlifting contest. He seen the numbers I put up. He didn't like that because he was taking steroids and he's from Buffalo, but he was a big white boy. This white boy was big as hell.
So he said the CO, this big white boy taking steroids out in Buffalo, New York, he said he saw him at a powerlifting contest in prison where they powerlifting, and he saw the numbers I put up, meaning he saw that I was benching 700 pounds. So the jail is like, see, Black won the powerlifting contest or whatever, 600 and something plus pounds in prison. So he saw the numbers he put up, and this big CO was jealous because he taking steroids and stuff, right? So he ain't like that, Black said. All right, sorry, I got to translate for the people at home. I know others appreciate it, the translation. All right.
And he didn't like that. And he thought that he can get away if I beat this guy here. Everybody know and everybody respect, I'm going to give it up. So I'm standing on the side like this here. I know it's history.
So he said the white boy thought, the CO, if I beat this dude up, who everybody knows in this prison, everybody respects, then I give my respect. I'll be the king of this prison. He a CO, this the guard. He a cop, he a police in the prison, right? This is what happens, guys. And they also got rapists, COs in prison too. So you ain't safe just from inmates. From him and anybody grape you. COs will too, some of them, all right? So the CO's ready to get his rep off him. He jealous because he big. All right, now listen.
So he tell me, he said, you step on the side. I said, all right, so while they going inside, he's taking off his keys, putting it in the drawer and all that, and take the stick and put it in the drawer.
So now, let me explain. And I'm gonna put it back and let him. I just need to. So they walk from the mess hall to get their food. They're in a line. All right. So this is prison stuff. So the CO told him, he said, come here, step out the line, step to the side. So he stepped to the side and he told the line to keep going. Everybody keep going. And then he takes his baton, his stick, his walkie-talkie, all that off. He taking his stuff. Now, anybody from New York, if y'all still here, this dude is tripping. See, they don't know black like we know black. Now, again, we ain't promoting all that booty. I'm just talking real stuff. I would have worn this CO, bro. I don't care what weight you lifting. I don't care if you wasn't on steroids. I don't care what you doing, bro. You do not want to. And Black just said he was at his prime. He was at his biggest. Okay? All right. Now, he's shout out to Charles Fikes. He said, hello, I remember Pissy Black. I was in Wendy with Black. Shout out to Charles. All right. Sorry if I said your last name incorrect, King. Now, those of us who know Black, probably Charles too, from New York, from the county, from Strong and whatever, I would have been, well, of course I would have said under that seal because he's grimy. He was a snake, serpent. But I would have been like, bro, that ain't one of the cards you want to pull, my G. Honestly. It's just, you're not beating him. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. It's a phenomenon. He's like it's a phenomenon thing, right? Now, this, shout out to Alex. Alex said, Z Black had a lot of power. Everyone would be terrified of him. My uncle was inside at the same time as him and mentioned how he lined up a load of inmates and no one denied him or objected. Yeah, he used to do a lot of crazy stuff. And he said, and apparently his right hand was crazy. Yes, they said his right hand was known to actually kill a person. He could kill a person with a punch. You know what I mean? Knock you so hard that your brain, the power and just the skill. All right. And then the anger and all that, since he told you his childhood. So now I'm going to go back and let the story play a little because I had to translate what he's saying for those who don't understand.
That night when I came back, he said, you stepped to the side. I said,
let me go back a little more. You're talking about the seal.
Put razor on him, saying they were trying to assault him. That type of stuff. That's
go back a little more. I'm going to let that
they beat you up, kick you downstairs while you handcuffed, and they make sure that your life is submissive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one time I was in Wendy, 94, and this is police named David Wolf. Never forget him. I had just made the parole book. I had just come out the door, and they gave me a date. I walked down to the mess hall, came back. He said, you step to the side. And all the time this dude was doing, he would just beat him up, guy. He was a brolic white boy, beating guys up and putting razor on him, saying they were trying to assault him. That type of stuff. That's his whole alibi. You take the shave razor, pop it open, tape it a little bit, till you step up, beat you up, throw the razor on the ground so you had a razor. He was getting away with that. I walked out, went to the mess hall that night. When I came back, he said, you step to the side. I said, for what? He said, he speak to you. I said, all right. Now, mind you, I'm like, man, I'm big as I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna chop my game. I'm in the big boy league when it comes to size, you know what I'm saying? So, and he see that, but he had just seen me that Saturday. He spied on me that Saturday in the powerlifting contest. He seen the numbers I put up. He didn't like that because he was taking steroids and he's from Buffalo, but he was a big white boy. This white boy was big as hell, and he didn't like that, and he thought that if he can get away, I beat this guy here. Everybody know and everybody check, I'm gonna give it up. So I'm standing on the side like this here. I know his history. So he tell me, he said, you step on the side. I said, all right. So while they go on the side, he's taking off his keys, putting them in the drawer and all that, and take the stick and put it in the drawer. Like it's a sure thing for him. He came to me, he said, your name Black? I said, you know my name. But I'm moving like this here, you know what I'm saying? I'm not giving him no. But when he threw a punch, I slipped the punch. I said, oh, this is how it is. So when I pumped at him, he stepped this way here, and I went towards the stairs.
It was at this moment that he knew. He huffed up.
But when he threw a punch, I slipped the punch. I said, oh, this is how it is. So when I pumped at him, he stepped this way here, and I went towards the stairs.
No, you're not off the top. No, don't.
I walked out, went to the mess hall that night.
All right, let me explain what I did there. So he said he took off his keys, right? He asked him his name. He said, your name Black, right? And Z Black said, man, you know my name, right? So he took off his keys and Z Black said, he said, I was doing like this. See, I got to narrate because people don't understand our lingo, right? He said, I was doing like this to keep, so just in case he tried to snuff me. He said, I was doing like this, right? To keep him off guard. And he tried to snuff me. He said, I slipped the punch, right? He said, so I slipped the punch. And then when I slipped the punch, I said, oh, okay, this how it's going down. That's what Z said. This how it's going down. So then Z said, I said, okay. And I like he threw up his guard and he faked him. Like he did like this. He faked him. And when he faked him, the CO he faked him this way. Now he's doing it intentional. I'm explaining it so when he play it back, y'all can understand what he's doing, the story. He faked him. He literally faked him to make the CO go this way, right? Everything is intentional. He's strategic. The boxer trainer told him that he's very tactical, smart, sharp, fast. That's why the boxer, you could be the heavyweight champion because you're smart. It's all about thinking, right? It's number one, thinking. So he faked him this way to make the CO go this way. When he faked him for the CO to go this way, all right, let's say this way, and then Z Black said, I step this way to step in front of the staircase. Let me explain. To block off the staircase, so now the CO can't get down the stairs. Meaning, now you locked. Now it's me and you. He cut off the exit. Yeah? So that's why I stopped it when he said he slipped him this way. He went that way. And Z Black said, I stepped this way to the stairs, to cut off the stairs. And I put, it was at that moment that he knew he'd have effed up. You know why I put that there? Because trust me, the guard realized once Z Black faked at him and he went this way and the guard seen him step in front of the stairs, trust me, the guard realized like, uh-oh, like this dude ain't scared of me. Not only is he not scared of me, he just blocked off the exit. That's a whole different mind state of what this guard wanted him to be scared. Now that I said that, now listen again.
When I came back, he said, you step to the side. I said, for what? He said, he speak to you. I said, all right. Now, mind you, I'm like, man, I'm big as I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna chop one game. I'm in the big boy league when it comes to size. You know what I'm saying? So, and he see that, but he had just seen me that Saturday. He spied on me that Saturday in the powerlifting contest. He seen the numbers I put up. He didn't like that because he was taking steroids and he's from Buffalo, but he was a big white boy. This white boy was big as hell. And he didn't like that. And he thought that he can get away. I beat this guy here up there. Everybody know and everybody respect. I'm gonna give it up. So I'm standing on the side like this here. I know his history. So he tell me, he said, you step on the side. I said, all right. So while they going inside, he's taking off his keys, putting them in the drawer and all that, and take the stick and put it in the drawer. Like it's a sure thing for him. He came to me, he said, your name Black? I said, you know my name. But I'm moving like this here, you know what I'm saying? I'm not giving him no, but when he threw a punch, I slipped the punch. I said, oh, this is how it is. So when I pumped at him, he stepped this way here, and I went towards the stairs. When I went towards the stairs, that's my mind. My whole mind just shut off like the camera. I ain't caring about no parole board. I ain't caring about dying. Once I stepped to that side, I said to myself, he can't get down. My job is not to let him get down the stairs. I didn't let him get down the stairs for 15 minutes. I beat this guy almost crazy.
All right. He said, when I faked him, he stepped over there, I stepped in front of the stairs. And he said, my mind blanked off, cut off like that camera cut off. He said he's talking to Thin Man, the interviewer. He said, my mind cut off just like that camera cut off. He said, I ain't care about no parole board. Now remember, he said he just made parole. Now most people be thinking, okay, I can't get into no fight. I got parole, like I'm gonna. He said, I ain't think about no parole board. I ain't care about living, life or death. He said, my only goal from that moment was to not let him get down these stairs. And he said, I beat that white boy for 15 minutes straight.
So I pumped at him, he stepped this way here, and I went towards the stairs. When I went towards the stairs, that's my whole mind just shut off like the camera. I ain't caring about no parole board, I ain't caring about dying. Once I stepped to that side, I said to myself, he can't get down. My job is not to let him get down the stairs. I didn't let him get down the stairs for 15 minutes. I beat this guy almost crazy. He talked about that for like maybe like 9 or 10 years. I went to court. He was standing in court. He was in court. And the lady said,
he said he beat him almost crazy. He said they was talking about that in prison for 9 to 10 years, the beating he put on him. He said he went to court because now you got a new charge. He beat up a CO, an officer in prison. So he stepped in front of the courtroom and it's a lady judge. Listen.
Give you 6 years, miss.
So he said he stepped in front of the lady judge and she said, I'm going to give you 6 more years. Now remember, he had just had parole board. He was about to go home. And this officer probably knew that. That's why he probably did it. And now he got 6 more years. All right, listen.
I went to court. He was standing in court. He was in court. And the lady said, I'm going to give you 6 years, miss. I said, do you know who this guy is you prosecuting me for? She said, he's a correctional. I said, yeah, I said, we got a history of just jumping on convicts, doing what you want to do. Do you care anything about that, or you just sending people in to get jumped on by these punks? She said, look how you beat this guy. I said, so what? How many times he don't kill guys? This guy is just taking steroids, coming here beating him back. She gave me 5 years, but just show you that the type of game they play.
All right. She said, there's a troll in here. Y'all get him out. Hopefully y'all can get him out. Hopefully, Yahakanah still here. Yahakanah, get him out of here quickly. So now he said, he asked, she was gonna give him 6 years. He said, do you know who this is that you prosecuting me for? She said, yeah, he's a correction officer. He said, no, he's known for beating up inmates and killing inmates and doing all this stuff. And she said, yeah, but look at him. She said, look what you done to him. Right? And he said, yeah, I don't care about that. But she gave him 5 years. Yeah. Yep, it's a wasted talent. All right. Shout out to Tunde Ajayi. He said, hey, yo, I don't know about anything else, but on the boxing side of things, he had a lot of talent and wasted talent. Yeah, brother, he was just crying on this video about the wasted talent. You know he wasted it. But it's the trauma from him growing up. If you watch the beginning of this video, now we know from his story. He said, the brother Tunde said he sparred 2 of my pro fighters and he gave them the business. Shout out to you, brother Tunde. All right.
You know, prison system, man. It's a whole, when you go upstate,
go back
it's
a
totally
little bit.
in court. He was in court. And the lady said, I'm going to give you 6 years, miss. I said, do you know who this guy is you prosecuting me for? She said, he's a correctional. I said, yeah, I said, we got a history of just jumping on convicts, doing what you want to do. Do you care anything about that, or you just sending people in to get jumped on by these punks?
She said he got a history of jumping on convicts and beating people up and doing what he want to do. Do you care about that? Or do you just want to send these people to get jumped on by these punks? He called him a punk. That is a beast. He said, you just want them to get jumped on by these punks, right? Now,
She said, look how you beat this guy. I said, so what? How many times he don't give that guy?
She said, look at how you beat this guy up. He said, so what? Look at how many times.
He's taking steroids, coming here beating him back.
He said, look how many times this guy here go out there taking steroids, coming up here, beating up on people.
She gave me 5 years. Just to show you the type of...
she lowered the sentence. She gave him a year off. Exactly. He said she gave me 5 years. He said it just goes to show.
They games they play in the prison system, man. It's a whole... When you go upstate, it's totally different. It's a different world. Prison system up there is a different world. Your mother, your wife, your father, nobody have no say-so in nothing that goes on in your life from here on out. I don't care who you are. That don't mean nothing in the white folk. People up there is some of the most vindictive, racist, slimiest people I ever met in my life, ever been around my life, man. I don't see them kill so many cats, man. Young boys that come through there, beat them to death, break their necks and all that type of stuff. That's the type of life that was killing cats coming up in there. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I tell a lot of kids, man, you know, you could be tough, you could shoot down the whole block. But once those Timberlands turn to state boots and them Pele coats and all that stuff turn to all green, it's a different world.
So he said he was trying to warn the kids. You could be tough. You could shoot up the whole block. You could be the thug of your hood. You could shoot the whole block up. He said, but once you come behind these walls, once those Timberland boots you got on turn to state boots. State boots are these black boots they give you, state greens. This is a New York State prison system. They give you green uniform and state boots. They ain't Timberlands. You heard? They ain't Timbs. He said, once those Timberlands turn to state boots, it's a whole different world. Again, trying to warn them, do not come here because you'll meet monsters like me. He knows he's a monster. It was created in his household back in the 70s. It was created in his household.
Yeah, I had to fight, but I didn't care that about fighting because I knew I didn't have nobody, so I didn't really, if they'd have killed me, it didn't really make a difference. But I tell you what, everywhere I go from this day forward, if I was to ever go back, I'd never have a problem out. They knew when they came to deal with me. I've been hurt. I'm gonna get a choice of that. If I had my jaw broke, I'm gonna have my arm popped out and broke. You understand what I'm saying? I got my teeth kicked out, messing with the people up there. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, you got to.
He's talking about the COs. He said, I done been hurt. He had his jaw broke, his arm popped out, his teeth kicked out. So y'all could tell how he talk. He got fake teeth by them guards up there.
I'm a fighter, man. You ain't gonna just do what you want to do, man. That's not even here today, you're not gonna do it. So when I'm in that situation where I know the odds is always against me, no, I'd rather for you to kill me before I let you take something from me and just beat me up. It ain't gonna happen.
Another thing he said, I'm a fighter, but I got nothing to live for because I got nobody. He ain't have nobody since he was born, 7 years old. His mom didn't. So he said, I ain't got nothing to lose.
And when I walked out that prison, January 27th, 2014.
That's the last time he walked out of prison. And he died not too long after. I'm still waiting for some of my New York people to tell me exactly how he died. A lot of y'all said this reminds me of the scripture where they said, put the blood of Mashiach on us and our children's head. This is definitely a curse.
It was cold outside.
So he said when he walked out of the prison, it was cold outside.
Well, I ain't just, the tax was right there. I made him wait about 10, 15 minutes. I experienced so much hatred. I experienced so much hatred
Y'all see the pauses? Thank you, Grease. Grease said he had a heart attack. Thank you, Grease. I was wondering. Grease said he was living with his wife. So he had finally probably found a wife, kind of settled down, probably tried to find some peace, and it was time for him to go. Now, again, we're not promoting anything he did, but I want to point this out. Y'all pay attention to the pauses. Pay attention when he stops and thinks. He's recollecting right there. Watch.
Everywhere I go, from this day forward, if I was to ever start messing with the people up there, you understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, you got to, I'm a fighter, man. You ain't gonna just do what you want to do, man. That's not even here today, you're not gonna do it. So when I'm in that situation where I know the odds is always against me, no, I'd rather for you to kill me before I let you take something from me or just beat me up. It ain't gonna happen. And when I walked out that prison, January 27th, 2014, it was cold outside. But I ain't just, the tax was right there. I made him wait about 10, 15 minutes. And I experienced so much hatred. I experienced so much hatred towards
that right there. That's the recollecting. I experienced so much hatred. He paused, stuttered. He's playing back his past. And I got you, Charlie Chase. Thank you. I'm about to put it on the screen. And the hate. See, remember he said every time he would fight or do something, he would remember his brothers who was raping him. So, guys, there's a thing called arrested development, where a trauma, a traumatic, out-of-body traumatic experience will arrest you and keep you stuck in this portal of time. And you'll live that thing over and over again. And it could cause you to inflict that pain and have no compassion and all of it on others. Now, again, we're not excusing it. We're just doing a psychoanalysis and understanding. You could see it as he's, yeah, good one. I'm going to put that up, Chase. You can see it as he's telling the story. When he reflecting, he keeps going back. He's stuck. He never let go of the pain of 7 years old of what his brothers was doing to him and his mom beating him and starving him. It's horrible, bro. It's just horrible. Chase said somebody in the streets gave him a bag of dope. And that's how he died. That's where he got the heart attack from. Shout out to Chase and Grease for giving me, now that makes sense. Because they never stopped doing drugs. Do you not understand the drugs is a portal, a time portal as well, that people escape into so that they can try to get an escapism from the torment of that trauma. The drugs is an escape route. That's why some people never stop getting off of it. The ones with a lot of trauma. That's why you got people in prison that'll do heroin, K2, whatever. They just wanted to escape their current situation. This is a revelation I'm bringing out tomorrow in the ministry. It's part of my crazy is coming out now. Chase says somebody gave him a bag of dope. That's heroin. They probably did it purposely. He has so many enemies, he inflicted so much pain and harm on so many, and so much envy towards him and enemies, that I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't they gave him the bag. Chase put, you live by the sword, you die by this world. Facts. You die by the sword. Chase said a lot of niggas were scared of him, bro. When he came from jail, he went to the block and tried to shake him down. Yep, I receive.
People. That when I walked out the prison door, I turned around and looked at the prison cold outside.
So, yo, Chase, he's about to actually talk about what you just talked about right now. He's talking about now, this is 14. He's coming home, and he's coming home to Hempstead, to our hood. That's what Chase talking about. We talking about our blocks.
Well, I ain't just the cab, the taxi's right there. I made him wait about 10, 15 minutes. And I experienced so much hatred. I experienced so much hatred towards people that when I walked out the prison door, I turned around and looked at the prison. About 10, 15 minutes. I stepped into the prison. The taxi guy was telling me to come into the prison.
He said he stood 10, 15 minutes, he stood looking at the prison. The cab driver was telling him to come. He just stood looking at the prison.
Before I got in the prison, I said, God, I said, it's your will. I'm coming.
He said, before I got in the cab, I said, God, if it's your will, I will never come back to prison again. He said, I can't come back. I can't do it. For those who know, yes, Larry Shah, you see death all over him. I see the death angel all over him in this interview. You'll usually see it if you have a spiritual sense. You'll usually see it before they go.
This is what I always believe. This is a fact. When I got shot 7 times, December 18th, 1998.
He got shot 7 times. I didn't even know that one. All right.
I was supposed to die. But I know this much to be true. And it wasn't because of who I was. It wasn't because of who I could fight. I know God got a plan, man, for me. Plan for me. Sweet.
He said, I know God got a plan for me. He got a plan for me. I'm just waiting. He said it wasn't because who I could fight. He's seeking, you could see he's trying to find the Most High before he leaves. So it's like prophetic. I hope he found him and was able to repent. And the Most High is just and merciful. And we're held accountable for all our actions. But the Most High also takes into account the trauma and the things that created a certain thing. Yeah. Facts. Now, I missed a part. I guess for me, there was a part I missed when he went up on terrace when he came home. Let me find it.
No, you're not off that time. No.
That's that clip.
Ain't black. I said, you know, but I'm moving like this.
Let me go back. There's a part I missed. Let me find it. Because he came home and he talked to a young dude.
I went to Franklin, Altoona, walk here.
Let me find it. Yeah, it's like repenting. That's what I see. That's what this is like. It's like a repentance before. And I seen him trying to help others. I witnessed it. I witnessed it.
Take that up, maybe. I understand, man. I had nobody say, yo, come on. I didn't know how to go to school learn this. I learned this here, man, just about watching dudes. That's how good I was great, bro. I mean, I was really great.
All right. Where is the one, man? I'm going to be upset if I missed it out this documentary.
that joint. He said, "Come here a second." He said, "We
I think it's before this.
and Dingo Dog, they test their skills each other. I always felt like I was good enough to beat anybody.
Let me try to find it because he
I
said he
like at the
walked.
time, but that's the only thing I own. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Star. Star, I knew Bishop Mackey. Thank you, Star. Star said, hold on, let me put it up. Star said he was working with Bishop Mackey helping kids in the gangs before he died. Yes, when I was in there, that's who he was working with. That's when I was in there, he went back up and then came back out in 14, but he was with Bishop Mackey when I was in the county, and this was 2007, and he was in there, and it was Bishop Mackey. He was working with him then. That's when he was changing, trying to help the kids in gangs. Hold on, I'm trying to find this one.
Time out of Brooklyn and kills me. The best I ever said, shake out. I said, young kids in the streets was just like me, how they got lost.
I'm gonna find it.
Some of those anger happened. That's how. What all that happened though, I went to my mother with it.
No, that's when he got raped. So where is the part?
Trying to learn how to defend myself. That's all I did.
There was a part I
This
lost.
Pinker Tom was the heavyweight champion at the time.
I'll put it in.
The one that Mike Tyson
I'll put
beat.
it into the
Tim Weatherspoon. I worked
take
with some.
this live and make it into my movie.
And the guys that, cause I should go all over,
Because
they
he
just called me
said
up.
he came out. He said, "Oh, I think I played it already." Oh, I played it. Because he said he walked up on terrace and everybody went and got their gun. He said every kid went and got his gun. And then he told one kid, "Come here." And he told him, "Yeah, I played it already." All right, so let me get to the end part.
Up there in a different world. Your mother.
Let me go to his last testimony, his story. Right at the end. All right, here we go.
Me.
Here we go. This is like a repentance. He said he came out of prison.
I experienced so much hatred
Here we go.
towards people that when I walked out the prison door, I turned around and looked at the prison. About 10, 15 minutes. Just get to the prison, protect the guy was telling me to come. Into the prison. Before I got in the prison, I said, "God, I said, it's your will. I'm coming." Here we go.
See, those who know, he literally said, "If it's your will, I'll never come back." And he never came back. But he also didn't continue to live in his will. Listen.
This is what I always believe. This is a fact. When I got shot 7 times, December 18th, 1998, I was supposed to die. But I know this much to be true. And it wasn't because of who I was, it wasn't because of who I could fight. I know God got a plan, man, for me. Plan for me. Just wait.
Said, I know the Most High got a plan for me. I'm just waiting. I know everybody will not want to say R.I.P. Thank you, Grease. But I have a heart and compassion, and I heard this man's story. I heard what happened to him at 7 years old. I heard what created a monster. I watched him cry. I watched him say, I had nobody, I had no help. I see the repentance. I could feel it. I would be unhuman if I wouldn't say, I hope he had a chance at repentance. At least we want a chance at repentance. Facts. I ain't condoning nothing he did, just like y'all ain't to condone nothing I did. And I ain't do nothing raping nobody, but I did some things. I harmed some people. And I want the same repentance. I could have killed someone and took the life of someone who loved, someone's loved one. I'm thankful the Most High didn't allow it. But I still want the same repentance. I still want the same chance to be redeemed for my transgressions. Nothing justifies the actions, but there be root causes to things. And I'm to see that. Now it makes me understand how when I was in that bullpen and when Black came through those gates, this was 2007, and his temperament, how he was trying to help them in the bullpen. I'm watching this, I'm observing it. And this was like, this is a different Black. Delaware Shah said he was calling out the devil's that wickedness he was facing, his darkness, by sharing it on his video, a live testimony of repentance. Facts. Be careful to judge, lest you be judged. All right? Now, if you were one that was harmed by him, I understand. If one of your family members was harmed by him, I understand. I don't condone none of it. So I want to say RIP, Z. And I hope you find a repentance that you were seeking for. Hopefully you can get what you wasn't given, but you got to pay for the pain you inflicted. We all have to pay. Like a perfect example, there was this huge, it'll be in my book, not in the documentary, but there's this huge jail legend named Z Black, New York State prison legend. This is me telling this story 2021. He's from Long Island, but he's like 6'11", 350 pounds. Well, he looked like 6'11" to me. That's tall, not fat, arms from here down the street, and was the jail boxing champion for and he's a legend beast. And they found out in prison that he was scared to be stabbed. That was his Achilles heel. That was the only thing that equalized, and they found out he was scared to be stabbed. And I got a story about that. That's going to be probably on the 25 to Life channel. It's in the book too. He was also right. So now I was telling this story to the ministry before I had the 25 to Life channel. And that's why I was telling them about it. Like this story should also be on there. Now, this incident that I was about to describe, I'm gonna just tell y'all now. I was in the bullpen when I was getting the 25 to Life. I was going back and forth to court trying to get them to reduce it. I was in there for almost 2 years trying to get them to drop the 25 down, and they wouldn't. And I would be sitting in there stressed. Me and Black, I'm gonna tell this story another time. We had a fight, a showdown when I was young. I was 16 or 17 something, and we was the 98 posse. And I was gonna give it here, but I'm gonna close out because we already 3 hours. I put it in the docu story. This took longer because breaking down the video, right? So I was in the bullpen, and I'm sitting there, and I used to rock like this. I'm stressed out, right? Because they give me 25 to Life, and I'm sitting there, and I'm rocking like this. and I had my head down, and people in there, we in the big boy bullpen where everybody getting, you know, a lot of people getting a lot of time, right? This other little young boy, they try and give him, take him to trial. If he blow trial, he'll get 55 years or something, and they want to give him 33, offering him 30 years or something crazy. The other dude, they offering him 25, so a lot of stress going on, whatever. So I'm going like this in the bench, right? Because I rock when I'm stressed, and I'm doing like this, and all of a sudden I just hear Z Black, and it's like, and I'm like, oh, uh-oh. Now the reason why I'm saying uh-oh, because I ain't seen him since about 90s, then like 1980s, because the green and white car, that's the 80s. Man, wow, that's crazy. I ain't seen him since the 80s. When we had our confrontation, I'll tell it another time. It's too late now. And so I'm thinking like, oh my goodness, because even though we became cool after our confrontation, right, our standoff, I still don't trust that he won't flip out, right? Because jail is his element, right? So I don't trust that. So I was like, oh my goodness. So I looked up, and this dude was so big. He was huge. I seen him in the street. He wasn't as big as he was when I just seen him in this bullpen. And he walked in, and the CEO's like, Z Black. They was acting like they was cheerleaders. And I'm like, they let him in the cage, and everybody went up to Z Black. And I just try to look. I try to make myself look as mean as possible in case he noticed me, right? But he didn't notice. And then I realized later, man, that was like 20 years ago. You do not look the same as you did back then. And yeah, Drizzy, horrible. And Drizzy, he said brothers with an S. He said brothers. So when he walked in, you know, everybody came up, he looked around, and he looked at me, and I was trying to just look tough. You know, I'm trying not to look, because I was a little scared because of our confrontation. I wasn't sure if he see me, he'd be like, oh, now you're in my domain, right? Even though we became respectful on the street, he respected me because I stood up to him. I'm gonna tell a little bit of it. So now I could tell he didn't notice me. He just looked right past me. And then he was in there. And so he sat down, and he was listening to these brothers talk about their cases, and he was trying to help them. That I saw. He was actually giving them good advice. He was telling that young brother, do not take Nassau County to trial. You're going to blow trial. They're trying to give you this time. Take whatever they're giving you, because what they offer you 55 years, you're going to give 55. He was trying to tell them, some would listen, some would not, but I was shocked because I was like, this is a different Black. He was literally trying to help them. And so that this interview explains his last, because that was 2007. So he must have went back up for 7 more years and came down now in 2014 and did this interview with Thinmannventures. All right. So now this is, you better ask the true ones. They'll tell you. I done put it in plenty times by myself for Parkside, holding it down. And that was one time when Z Black was on the block and they was anteing up. I ain't gonna call out. I could call out names who was anteing up. You heard? I could call. Now this story right here is the 1980s. Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island. Z Black came home from jail. He's in his prime. Young Black. Monster. Probably still fresh wounds from all the stuff that they did to him, his family and all this. So he's on a block and he's extorting the block. They giving him the drugs. My boys, I don't know what's going on. Let's sort it out. But I ain't about that. It ain't about Bimmy stuff. And I mean, Annie it up, they was getting their drugs together to give to him. And I'm like, you tripping. I ain't giving you nothing. This Parkside. Facts. I'm like, you might be doing that on Terrace.
And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner.
I'm like, you might be doing that on Terrace.
And it was like that one day I was on Terrace, man. One time I came around the corner.
You might be doing that on Terrace. You might have been doing it on the Heights, but you ain't coming here. And then that's when Big Science came. Big Science had just did a bunch of years in jail. He's like, yo, Raw, you know who that is? Now, I'm not going to front and act like I knew who it was when it first happened. Let's keep it real. See, that's what I said. I don't be fronting on this channel. I done told y'all a million times, I'm not the toughest guy from my hood. Nowhere near the toughest guy. I got some real tough killers and stuff that come from Hempstead, Strong Island, and I'll be telling their stories on this channel. Shout out to the Hempstead legends, right? Now, even in our sin and our era, the dark stuff, that was the life we lived in the belly of the beast, you heard? Now, Science was like, yo, Raw, you know who that is? You tripping, you know who that is? And I'm like, I don't care who it is. Ain't coming over here talking about something, everybody got to give him drugs. You doing the Debo. Everybody got it. But you done lost your mind. I don't care that you like 7 foot tall. I didn't know who he was. So then Science told me, he said, Raw, that's Z Black. And I was like, a whole Scooby-Doo came over me. You hear me? All right? Yeah. And the Heights and Terrace too. Q-Dog said Z Black was taking packs on South. The Heights everywhere. Westbury, he was going everywhere. Facts. Legend. Everybody know, don't front. Don't nobody be fronting. All right? Now, so when Science said, I was turned out, I don't know who he is. I'm seeing my boys, they packing up, I ain't gonna say their names. I ain't gonna say them. It's just y'all keep it, as long as y'all don't. And they say some of them ain't punks. I seen one of them who's official, you know, but he was anteing up. I'm sorry. Well, I'm gonna keep it real. What do you want me to do? Want me to lie? He was anteing up. I wasn't anteing up nothing. And again, like I said, I ain't the toughest. Can't beat everybody or none of that, but I hold my own, right? Now, what I'm saying is, so I was turned up because I couldn't believe that everybody's giving this dude his drugs and he's standing out there like he was stopping people. So this was back in the days on South Franklin, this back when the crack era. I think because this had to be, because I was only like 16 or something. I was young, right? Really young. So this was the crack days. This is like the early 90s or the 80s or something, late 80s or something. This is the crack era. So this is when on South Franklin, all the cars used to pull up. It'd be about 50 of us out there hustling, and the cars would pull up and you would run to a car, right? It was money. It was so much money during the crack era, right? It was so bad police was even scared to come out. They would wait till they get helicopters and before they would even come, right? Now you had Puma and that would come because Puma was a super cop, Puma and Hackett, and he would come, but regular police was scared. This is the Wild Wild West, the New York City crack era days. And it was happening in Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, and also Strong Island. So now I'm out there, right? And I'm pissed because they anteing up and he out there. Oh, that's what it is. So it was so funny. So I got up there late and I seen him from down the street. Some big, this dude had to be almost 7 foot tall. I think his height was about 6'11" and pitch black and just, what I'm saying is I was coming up the street up Maple and on South Franklin. I could see him from up the street, some tall black dude. I didn't know who he was. And when I got up there, they was giving them drugs. Andy up me, and they was just giving them packages. Mike said, I think we should drop names. I ain't gonna do that, Mike, because it's some of them, it's a couple of dudes I like, Mike, and you too. I don't want to do that. That's not, I won't do it. It just is what it is. Cause some of them, they official. I can't, they ain't no punk, but I don't know. I can't call it, Mike. I don't know why they was giving them their drugs, but they were. I don't want to do it. That's right. I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't want to. I don't need that. Just why I said, just leave me alone. As long as they don't mess around and don't just be careful. Don't say nothing about me, cause I could tell everybody who was giving it up. All right. So anyway, that's funny. So when I was coming up the block, right? It's a cracker. It's the 80s. Nah, it was the 80s. I remember my green car. So I was coming up the block. I could see this tall figure up on. Yeah, I got the dirt, Drizzy. I could see this tall figure, and I'm like, dang, who that? But anyway, I'm coming up there. It's the cracker. We getting money. It's the Wild Wild West. All right. So let me let it play again. Huge. Like a tree, right? So I seen him from down the street. I didn't know who he was. I see, you see faces, you see faces and you like, you know what I mean? I don't know who it is. But anyway, I come up there and cars is coming up. So I'm fresh up there. I'm ready to run to a car. And so somebody was like, yo, wow, nah. And then Z, it was like, they didn't say his name, but it was like, no. He getting the sales. So I'm like, shout out to Mosey Green in the building. He like, yeah, Mosey, I'm gonna link up with you. He like, I'm like, what do you mean he getting the sales? So then the cars run up and he walked to the car. So he reached to one of my mans and they gave him some work and he walked to the car and he served the car. He served the car. Shout out to Tasha J in the building. So I'm like, okay, I don't know who he is, but if he's up there, then apparently he's somebody that he got a pass to be on Parkside selling drugs, because it wasn't like Terrace. Terrace was open air market where everybody could be up there. You had to be official, but anybody could be up there from anywhere. But Parkside wasn't like that. You got to know somebody to be up there hustling, right? So whatever. So then another car pulled up, right? So I started to go to the car to make a sale, and he was like, "Don't you go to that car?" And I'm like, "Who he?" I'm like, "Nah, I know this fool." So I just went out. I'm like, whatever. I don't know who this dude is, right? So I go up to the car and I'm trying to make the sale. Now he had another car and he looking over me and said, "Didn't I say, don't you?" And I said, who the F is you? Who you think you talking to? Like I don't know who this dude is, right? So I'm like, he tripping. Now I'm young, but this is when I was wilder than when I got a little older, chilling out. You know what I mean? You're supposed to chill out a little, you know what I mean? All right. Now, so I'm like, yo, I don't know who this nigga think he is, right? So I get the sale. So after I get the sale, he over there. So then that's when Science came up and was like, yo, Ron, yo, you tripping. Yo, come here, Ron. So he took me to the side. So the dude, the big dude, now I don't know who he is yet. He's still serving. So I'm talking about, this is Z Black. Now I don't know who he is yet. Now Science, I'm talking about Science, Big Science from Martin Luther King Drive, who's married to Sybil, who's Sybil. That's Science. If Science is still alive, y'all can ask Science. The Science was there. Shout out to Big Born from Midway. That's my heart, Mike. Mike, right? That's my bro right there, Mike. That's my heart. Big Born from Midway. Shout out to Big Born. Now, I don't know who he is, Mike. All right. So now, because I just know this big black dude is out there running all the sales and they giving him the thing. He telling me don't go to the car. Like, so the car pulls up. He at a car serving the car. So they giving him the drugs. He take the drugs from them and go to the car serving. And another car pull up and he tell me don't go to that car. I'm like, he done lost his mind. I don't know who this dude is. He tripping. Yo, he was tripping, right? Now I didn't know who he was. Now listen, cars, right? So cars pull up, but he keep looking like he gonna get me or something, right? So Science pulled me to the back on the side of the store, right? So we're at the corner of South Franklin where Uncle Abe used to be, Maple and South Franklin, and then there was a store, and then the side that go to the other side of the store, right? So and it's dark back there. So when we turned to the side, I seen two of my homies. They was anteing up, and one of them was really official, and I was shocked that he was, getting their stuff together to give to this dude. And I'm like, I didn't like that, but whatever. The dude who was doing it, one of them was official. I know he ain't no punk, but I just didn't understand. I don't know why they giving it to him. I don't know. So anyway, so then Science is like, yo, Ron, man, you tripping. Yo, just let him get his sales. He said, let him get this money, then he gonna go. So I was like, man, I don't care who he is. And he's like, you're right, that's Z Black. And I said, that's when the Scooby-Doo hit, right? So I was like, ooh, Z Black. Now that name was such a legend in New York City. And he's from Long Island. I'm from Strong Island. He's from Long Beach, Strong Island. I'm from Hempstead. All right. So now on the side of Uncle Abe, I'm like, so Science is telling me, yo, Rod, just let him get the sales. Just wait. And then he going to get the sales because Science know he's smoking. So he going to get the sales, and he going to go. He probably going to Heights, going to crack house, wherever, and he'll go somewhere else. But I'm like, I don't know. Man, this dude ain't getting my say. You tripping. And then Science said, but Black, Rod, that's Z Black. And that's what I was like. Because Z Black is like the boogeyman. He was like, honestly, for Hempstead folklore, I think he was our biggest boogeyman of them all. I'm thinking everybody will agree with me on that. My Hempstead Strong Island, I think everybody will agree that he was probably the biggest boogeyman of all, right? Because Mike said, let's get to some, I'm with that, Mike, the most legendary Hempstead fights. That'll be a good one for us to do, all right? I think he was the biggest boogeyman of them all. Facts. That one, and I knew, that's why I said I never seen him, and once he said the name, I was like, whoa. It was like you just met the boogeyman. I was like, oh, it was like, that's when the Scooby-Doo. Now it makes sense why they was giving him the stuff, right? So Science like, that's Z Black, right? All right, here we go. So his name, he's a New York State prison, Comstock, Attica, Sing Sing, Clinton, you heard of those legendary prisons. He's a legend in those prisons. Now, he's also a legendary booty bandit in those prisons, meaning a legendary male rapist, right? I have to add there supposedly, because you got some that's saying those stories ain't true, and you got some saying they are true. I wasn't there, so I can't say. So I'll do allegedly, okay? Because you get folklore stories too, all right? So I don't know. I wasn't there. All right. Now, he's also a legendary New York State, supposed to be boxing champ, right? Now, he's like probably like 6'11". His arms is like to the ground. He's pitch black. His name is Z Black. That's his nickname. Now, I heard of him growing up. All I heard is Z Black, Z Black, Z Black, Z Black. So this is the first time I ever gotten to witness him home from prison. Because he spent, like a lot of people where I'm from, the legends, the dark legends, they spend their life in prison. And they come home every, 10 years or something crazy like that. And then they do a bunch of crime and then go back again. So when Science said, Big Science from the Drive, when he said old Science, he used to have cornrows. So for those who know, ask Science. I know Science ain't gonna front. Science is my man. Science the guy. He ain't gonna front. He'll tell you, yep, Rod, yep, I seen it. And Militant would have told you because Millie was there. And then Old Man Coley, he really got respect for me because Old Man Coley, R.I.P. to Militant. Millie was there. Millie was young on the bike. Old Man Coley was there. Me and Z squared off. I'm gonna tell a little of it tonight. And then I'm gonna tell a little, and I'm gonna tell an unknown apart, and then we're going to close out. But I want to get an unknown story that I never told online about Z. So I'm going to save the story when I tell that story. I'm going to save what happened. I don't know if Old Man Coley's still alive. That used to live in Adams Court where A+ lived. All right. And Czar lived. All right. Now, so when Science said, yo, wow, that's Z Black, I was like, right? So I'm like, so immediately everything flashed through my head. Wow, Z Black, Z Black. But then I'm like, I don't care who he is, right? Because that was the truth. But don't get it twisted. Don't think it didn't go through my head. Z Black, right? I'm like, I don't care who he is. He ain't coming up here, right? So now I'm like, all right. So then after that, Science like, nah, Rob, you tripping. I'm going to just give him the stuff. And I'm going to tell her, this my man Science looking out for me. So I'm going to just give him the stuff and tell him it's for you, from you. I said, don't, no, Science, I ain't giving him nothing. And don't you tell him there's nothing from me, right? Now listen. So that was funny. Science is like, because Science been in prison a long time. So Science know him. And Science know, he like, nah, Rob, I'm going to just give him this. I'm going to say that you gave him that. I'm like, no, Science, don't give him nothing. Don't tell him nothing. Because, guys, that's how it was. I'm young. Man, I knew the legend, though. Don't get it twisted. It went through my head. But, guys, you can't. I don't give a crap who you are. I'm still a man. I'm not giving you. No, bro. You're not coming on my block telling me that I can't hustle on my. And I'm not promoting that. This is what we was doing in the 80s in the crack era. I don't do none of that no more. And I did my crime time for any crime committed. But I was like, nah, Science, right? So I'm like, no, do not give him nothing and tell him it's for me. No, absolutely not, right? Shout out to Science looking out for me, young. The most dangerous people are the youth. You know, we don't care at all. You know what I mean? Y'all know that's the dangerous people when you young, all right? Then I come from the back of the thing, and he's standing there, and he's doing stuff, and he looking at me, and I'm looking at him like, I don't know. I'm like, nah, I know he's Z-Black. That's why I'm letting y'all know. This ain't nothing where I ain't know what I was doing after a while. Now I know it's Z-Black. So I turned around, and I looked at him like, what? So then the car pulled up, a cell, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and it pulled past him because he was standing with some dudes, and the car pulled past him, and he looked at the car. I looked at the car. He looked at me, and the car pulled up, and he looked at me like, "Don't you go to that car?" I looked at him like, man, this dude that lost his mind. I went right to the car. You tripping? I don't know who this. I don't care. Like I don't care that you Z blue. You could be Z purple. This Parkside. That's how I used to, that's when I was young. We repped it. We started Parkside from the Stay Up Posse. That was our, we named it Parkside. It was called the Hills and the Projects, Campbell Park. So that was my hood. Like you heard? Shout out to the Stay Up Posse and all of us who named it, who the first generation of Parkside. So I got the sale. So when I got the sale, then he turned around, didn't I tell you? I'm like, what? So now I'm going to say the story. Now, so I didn't tell that story then. Do I want to tell it now? I'm going to tell, yeah, let me tell it now. Let me give y'all this, because I got to save stuff for the big channels, because I'm going to tell these unknown, I got a couple unheard stories. Let me tell this one. So so he was pissed when I got the sale. So he was really pissed. So he looked at me. So let me switch my what's the name? Let me switch my setup so I can tell this story. Hold on. Let me switch my setup. So when that happened, he was pissed at me. For real. He was upset. If looks could kill, the look on his face was everything. Hold on. So let me go present. Oh, I got to stop screen first of all. Stop screen, present, share screen. Let me do this correctly. Window, bang. Let me share real estate with Z while I tell this story. Let me make Z small. Hold on, why you ain't working? Give me a second. Why that's not working? I don't know what's happening. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. All right. So after that, he pissed, right? So, I do got my rag. So, and we gonna close out. So I get the sale, right? And I'm like a little kid. I'm like, whatever. So he looking at me, and I'm like, what? Right? Now I know it's Z-Black now, right? But you know, I don't like, come on, bro. It just is what it is, right? So then he like, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you don't go to that car? So I'm like, yo, bro, who you think you, bro, this Parkside, bro? You, and he was like, if I say you don't give, matter of fact, what you got? I said, oh, you think this is a game? I'm like, yo, ain't nobody scared of you, right? So he like, so I came out. I walked out from off the sidewalk to the street, right? So he like, he said, so you willing to fight for yours? Right? Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. To put I gotta remember the story, right? Remember, this is back in the 80s. So I'm like, what? So I'm like, I don't know. It was what it was, right? You fight anybody. What you gonna do? Not fight somebody? Men on men. I don't, you fight a lion. It's like, let's say you're in the jungle and a lion is coming and it's coming to kill you, and you're gonna fight the lion, right? You're gonna fight a bear. A man is a man, no matter what. You heard? And even though I was young and skinnier and all that, I was still a man. I always had the heart of a lion, no matter what. Just built like that. This just is what it is. And like I said, I wasn't the toughest where I'm from, but there's something in the water where I'm from. You heard? Something in the water. They got some toughness in our hood, Hempstead, Strong Island, and I know it's toughness in every places too. But there's toughness in my hood. You heard? Shout out to Hempstead. So now I'm like, what? He like, all right, you want to fight for it? I said, what? So we go. He said, come on. So he backed into the street, right on South Franklin, right in front of Uncle Abe's store, right there in the street. He backed into the street. So I walked out into the street, right? Now, he's tall. He's not as big as the later Z Black I saw because he's been home for a little minute and he's been smoking. He's been home for a little while because, you hear when say come home, Z Black is home. And it's been a little minute. He's probably been home for a month or two and he's been smoking. This one crack, right? So he's a little skinnier, but he's still Z Black, right? Everybody anteing up, giving him, he's tall, big, but, right? And he got clothes on, right? When I seen him in jail, he was like, oh my goodness. But anyway, so he goes into the street. So I come into the street, right? So, I throw my dukes up, right? So we get into the street and he's like, all right, come on, little nigga. So, pardon my language. So I throw my hands up, right? And I go like this. And I'm looking how tall he is. And another thing, I notice how long his arms are, right? Because I'm wise. I'm not a fool, right? I'm not about to go into this as an idiot juice. So I'm noticing his arms, and I'm like, damn, this dude's reach is long. Like, I'm thinking, like, there's no way, how am I going to hit him? Because his reach is so long. He can just keep me off with his reach. Now, all the Z Black legend is out the window. Once you start fighting, you just fighting. You're fighting a lion. That's just what it is, right? So anyway, and I don't know, this like 1987, 86. No, not 87. It's earlier than that. It's like 85, 86 or something. This the early, because 87 was when Public Enemy dropped. We was 90. No, this before that. Way, because I was in this one, I was just getting my reputation young. I was only like 16 now, whatever. Just the early 80s, middle 80s. So I don't know about him. I don't think he was the boxing prison champ then yet. Nothing like that. I don't know. Or if he was, I don't know that. I just know Z Black is the boogeyman, and the boogeyman is here, and I'm in the street with the boogeyman. That's what I know, right? So we squared up, and I'm going like this, right? And so he in the street. So he's like, yeah, come on. And he starts going like this, right? And he starts moving. So I'm going like this, and I'm trying to square. I'm watching his arms. I see his arms is long. He tall. I'm like, man, something don't feel quite right. Okay? That's the thing I did notice. Something wasn't right, right? And I was just like the energy. I was just like this, and something was like weird. So then he starts going like this. He's going to the side. He's going, come on, little Igga. Come on, little Igga. And then I'm like, what? What? You think? I said, you on Parkside. You think? And he go, come on. And he start going like this. Come on. And he starts going like this. And I'm like, so I'm going like this, and I go around. He's like, come on, little Igga. And he goes like this. He's doing like this, and then his arms are so long that he starts scraping them down towards the ground. Like, he's doing like this motion like this. It's like, and I'm going around, and I'm going like this, and he's like, come on. And he's like, and I'm like, something is off, guys. And and as he's coming around, I'm turning to the side because my back was towards Uncle Abe. For those from Hempstead who know what I'm talking about, it was about 30 people out there. So I got receipts. People was there. Ask old man Coley if he's there, militant dead. Now ask Big Science. Ask Big Sci if he's still alive. All right? I forget, a lot of people was there. So anyway, so now I'm starting to turn this way because he's doing this motion thing, right? With his arms. And they long, and they almost scraping the ground. And I'm like, yo, it's like, so it's like something ain't right, bro. That's the only thing I kept remembering in my spirit. Now I'm young. And I'm like, and he's like, come on, little nigga. Uh-huh. And he's just talking, and I'm like, and I'm turning, and I'm like, what? You think? And I'm like, something ain't right. You know? And he just like, so now my back is almost middle towards in the street, towards almost the other way, because he's turning me around practically, because I'm staying far enough away, because his reach, it's like something ain't right, guys. Something ain't right? So I'm just like, man, my instincts are like, something ain't right with this. So I said, man, I knew something wasn't right. It was like my instinct was like, bro, you might want to get something, you know? And I was like, I said, you know what? Right? Because he steady like, come on. Right? And I was like, you know what? And I started looking around, and I'm looking for something, and I see a bottle. I'm like, because I need a weapon. Something wasn't right. So I ran, and he's standing there like, and I ran and got the bottle. And I ran over to the sidewalk. I got the bottle, and I cracked the bottle on the ground. And the neck part. So now I got a shank. I got so I turned around. I said, oh, it's okay. Come on. So I come in the street. Now I got the cut neck bottle. So I'm like, all right. So now this should be kind of even. Because he a big, tall, big dude. Right? And I'm a young, I'm 16, I'm young, I'm probably 150 pounds soaking wet, probably 140. I ain't even this tall, I'm only probably like 5'11", 150 pounds, right? Now I'm like 220, 161. So even that don't compare to him, but back then, right? So he like, come on. So I go on the street and I'm like, all right, now I feel a little better. So I'm like, yeah. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna gut you, right? So I go on the street, and we dancing again, right? And he's like, uh-huh. And he comes closer, then he moves back. And he's like, uh-huh. And I'm like, uh-huh. And I'm like, you know how you, and I'm like, and we go to, and I'm like, something ain't right. Something just ain't right, bro. Something ain't right. Listen.
I always let you make a mistake. You're gonna be patient. But I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made.
Bingo. When I saw the interview that Thin Man put up, it answered this question I had for over 30-something years. Something wasn't right with this, even though I had a shank, I had the bottle top. It still wasn't even, bro. He was doing this. He was like, uh-huh. Come on, little nigga. Uh-huh. And I was going in a circle with him, but I'm like, and I'm looking at how long his arms are, and I'm thinking, I'm like, his arms are so long he could grab my leg, like, pull your leg from, like, I'm seeing all this as I'm going, but I'm thinking the bottle top gave it more even, but it still wasn't even.
I always let you make a mistake. You're gonna be patient. But I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made.
This video answered my question. He was doing this motion thing. I don't know what that was, what he learned. And now I know he was waiting for me to make a mistake. And he said, what did he say in the clip? I'm always patient. He wasn't, he was just, come on. And I'm going around and I'm measuring the distance between us. his arm length, and he's throwing me off with all this movement, Mr. Miyagi movement stuff. But it wasn't, something was wrong, bro. And when I said, all right, that's enough, and I cut the bottle, and I started dancing again, and he's still like, come on. And we danced, I went around, and I said, no, enough is enough. And I said, and I threw the thing, poof, and I said, and I'll be right back. And I took off running. I took off, ran up Maple. I'm dead with him, and something wasn't right, bro. And I said, matter of fact, stay here. And I took off. And I took off running up Maple to the projects. And I went and got my ratchet. You heard? I ran up to the projects, and I went and got my gun. And I came running back down. And when I got back up on the block, soon as I got to the block, old man Coley was standing right there on the corner of Maple and South Franklin. And he did like this with his hands up. Lil G, Lil, whatever he used to call me something. Lil, right? And he's standing like, I love you, Lil. Come here. And I'm like, Coley. He said, he gone. He gone, Lil G. I forgot what he used to call me. He gone. So I'm like, what you mean he gone? Where he at? He gone, young G. He knew you was coming back. He said, respect. I didn't think you was coming back. Old man Coley said, I didn't think you was coming back. He said, you stood up to him. You did good. You did good. He will respect you for that. He's like, I said, and now I'm hot. I'm hot. I'm on fire. Like, where he at? He like, he gone, G. He gone. Good job. And I remember Militant was sitting on his bicycle. I never forget this. Militant was young. And Millie looked at me and he did like this. And from that day, Millie used to always tell me, that's when I knew your heart, Ra. I knew your heart. Now, that, he left. Now, after that, that was my confrontation with Z. Now, I'm going to close out with this story. This one was never told. After that, I knew, don't get it twisted, that I just had a confrontation with the notorious Z Black. Oh my goodness. The most famous, hold on.
It was at this moment that he knew. He huffed up.
No, you're not off that touch.
That's appropriate, right?
No, you're not off that touch.
Right? Now, I knew, crap. You know, when I got home, all right, now let me bring the comments back. I couldn't see y'all. Shout out to Des and Cox Jr. in the building. When I got home, Des, I realized, crap, I got beef with Z Black. Yo, you can't make this up. I'm like, yo, the beef that you never want in your life. I got beef with the most notorious, whatever, they call him Booty Man, whatever he is. He's the boogeyman where we from. And so I sat home and I had to I had to take that reality in. You got beef with Z. So that meant you got to forever watch your back and know if you ever went to jail. Hence, fast forward, I'm going to finish the story. Hence, fast forward in 2007 when I was in the bullpen trying to get the 25 to life down, and I'm shaking like this and I hear, Z Black, Z Black. And I was like, ugh. I stopped shaking, so my head was down because I do this, and they talk about their cases, and over here you just hear Z Black is coming, Z Black, and I'm like, ugh. This fight that I had with him was in 1986 or something. That's 2007 when I'm in the Nassau County Jail, and all I hear is Z Black, and my heart like the froze in my chest. You think I'm lying? My heart, I said, ugh. I'm like, oh my, all these years. Now I'm going to finish the story though. And I raised my head slowly and looked up, and the biggest dude I ever seen in my life was standing at the gate of the bullpen. He was 10 times the size as I seen him before, because now it's 2007. He done been in jail. I'm like, this is the legend jail one. And I said, oh, all thing I do is look at his size. I was like, oh my goodness. Now, I can't say it with my mouth, right? So I'm like, oh my goodness. And the guards is all around him. Yeah, black. Yeah, yeah. They act like cheerleaders. And then they pop the gate to come in the bullpen. And he's so big, he had to duck his head. And he walks in. And he's like, yeah. And everybody run to him. The dudes, Z Black, yo Z, yo Z. And so I sit there and I try to put the mean face on like this, right? I try to look as mean as I can to try to look tough, right? So I just look at him. I look. So he's scared. So it's a bunch of people. So he come in and he's looking around. And I'm scared. I ain't gonna lie, my heart pumping, right? And because I'm in his domain. I ain't got a gun. I guess I'm gonna bite him and hold on. That's what I got. I'm gonna hold on, right? That's it. If anything else, I can bite. I'm a bite and I'm not gonna let go. You got to kill me. I ain't letting go. That's your last, man, guys, you gotta fight. I don't care, guys and girls, fight. If your last thing is to bite somebody, hold on, bite and never let go. That's it. That's my last resort, right? So I'm gonna fight much as I can. Now, so he looks around and then he just looks at me and looks past me and keep looking around. And I'm like, he don't notice me. My stupid butt, that was 1980 something. I was like 16. Here is 2007. I got long locks, not as long as this. My locks, my face is broke out. I got bumps all on my face. I'm stressed out. I'm sitting there with court clothes on. I got a white, you dress for court. I got the, a white shirt on, button up with I'm sitting there. I don't even look the same. I would have to tell him, yo, Black, it's me, Rashawn from the 98. Remember the green with he who did, yeah. I wasn't going to tell him, of course, right? But I'm realizing he don't. And that's when I realized I don't look the same, fool. I don't even look the same as if I was normal in the street because my face was broke out because I got oily skin. I wasn't able to wash my skin, got using that state soap in jail and not all that. So he didn't remember who I was. And then he started talking, sat down, and I just went back to rocking. And then that's when he was talking to people and he was trying to help them with their sentences. And I was like, wow. This is a kinder, gentler Black, right? This is a kinder, gentler Z Black, right? So now, let me close out. So let me go back. So I come back on the block with my ratchet. Coley and them like he gone, rah. Coley like he gone, rah. Science was up there. Science looked at me. Science said, rah, you know you got beef, them now, right? I'm like, I don't care. Now I'm fronting. Well, I'm fronting than I am because I really mean it. I don't care. But guys, it's one thing when you in the middle of adrenaline, it's all good. I don't care. But after you get home and relax and the adrenaline calms down, you start thinking it over, then you start to care. You get what I'm saying? So in the moment, I don't care, right? I'm a Science. I don't care. Science ain't. But you held it down, bro. And Science said he gonna respect you for that. He said one thing, he respect people who stand up. And I said, I don't care. Whatever. So sign whatever. So now, let's finish. So that story happened, right? So after that, I keep my ratchet with me at all times, right? So I'm like, all right, Z Black, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I'm waiting for him to come back. He never came back on Parkside again, right? He stayed on Terrace Heights, Westbury, Long Beach. You could hear the stories. Z Black was just on here. He was just doing this. He just extorted them. You hear the stories, but he didn't come back on the side again. And I'm like, all right, now I'm feeling like, yeah, that's right. You better not come back over here, right? Now, here we go. This is the untold story. So at this time, there's a park called Bradley Park in Hempstead, Strong Island. And let me stop share. I work out at this park. Okay? Let me present, share screen, bang, share. Right? Yeah, on the Heights. Shout out to Crown Heights. Now let me change the layout. What did I just share? I shared. Yeah, that's the right one. Right? So now let me do this correctly. Let me walk this down. So a situation happened from that. I'm gonna save that story. All right. Now that was my first time ever meeting Z Black, and I had a confrontation. Now, in that story, later, he seen me on the Heights. I used to work out in Brawley Park, and Z would go from, just like Pudgy and Bam Bam, just like all the Debos, they would go from town to town, and they'd be Debo and robbing. But Z didn't have to rob. Z would just strong arm off his name. They would just give him drugs. So he caught me out there. Y'all think I'm lying? I guess, I ain't gonna tell you the story, I'll tell another time. I guess people, no, I had my car. So yeah, I was probably around 16. I had my car, but that time I rode up on the bike. I'm not bringing my car on the block to hustle. So I rode up on the bike. So, no, I walked up. No, I walked. I didn't ride up on a bike. I walked up. So I guess he must have asked people coming after the situation. Science was like, you crazy, Ra. Like, you crazy, Ra. You better watch your back. Now you got a problem with Z Black. I'm like, I don't care. But, you know, they had been going to prison, but I hadn't. So I guess they had a certain level of fear that I didn't care. I didn't have. All right. I didn't have it. I didn't care. Right. So I'm like, I don't care. Right. So anyway, so I guess he must have started asking about me. And I guess they must have told him that's the guy Rashawn from the 98 posse. He got the green and white 98 with the white wall tires. My famous 98 car, like lime green, the one I showed the picture. I should have put the image up. So now I'm in Brawley Park and I'm working out. Now I'm little, I'm not like this, like right now I'm 6'1", like 220 pounds. So I got a nice little size on me. Back then I was a whole 150 pounds soaking wet. It wasn't even 6'1" back then. I was probably only like 5'11" or 5'10", probably 150 pounds soaking wet. All right, shout out to Mo Green. He said, word, I missed that whip. So now when you at Brawley Park and you're in the gym working out, your car is parked on the street. So if someone pulls up or walking up, they can tell who's in the park if they know your car. Hear my stupid butt. I don't know that this Z Black dude was doing research on me to find out who is this, probably like who this dude that, you know, who this little boy, little dude, because I was little. I was, you know, I wasn't, you know, a big, I wasn't even my legend that I got later as my name. You know, so, but, you know, I was still official. We was 98 posse. So then now I'm going to tell this and I'm not going to tell this story. So it's so funny. So we in the gym, I'm in the gym, I'm working out because I always tried to work out, right? But I'm not like this. I'm skinny, but I always work out because I got to stay, you know, it's on and popping. You hear me? Back then I did my time for any crime that I committed back then, right? But I always still bust my gun, right? And that's sin. I don't do none of that stuff anymore. But I still worked out because you never know if you have to fight, right? You never know if you get locked in jail, you got to fight. So I always worked out. So we in the gym, and y'all remember Brawley Park inside gym. For those who know, it's a stage. You got the gym, so the bench is by the stage. So we on the benches, and I remember I'm on the bench, and somebody spot me, and I'm doing something, and all of a sudden, all I hear is, "Oh shit!" Hey, and they like, "Oh shit!" You hear everybody, "Oh shit!" And you hear someone say, "That's C Black," and I'm like, like now I'm laying down on the bench, I can't see nothing. I just hear that's Z Black, and I'm like, And I lift up from the bench, and all I see in the doorway of Brawley, shout out to David Hutchison that used to run Brawley Park Gym. I don't know if he probably would, but Dave used to be in the office all the time. He was probably there that day. Dave was always there. All I see in the doorway of the gym is Z Black. He's so big that he had to duck to get through the doorway. And he's standing there big and black and just looking. And I look up and he's looking right at me. And I'm like, ugh. I ain't got no gun on me. All I got is these little weights. I don't think that'll be enough for this dude. And I'll tell y'all that I'll save the rest of that story. All right, I'm about to tell the rest of that story. This is the closeout. All right, I had to give one untold. All right, so now, let me reset. Let me make myself bigger. Now, I'm in the thing. There we go. Me, and Z. 2 me's and Z. Now, I am in the park. All right. Shout out to Dez. All right. Yeah, I used to work out with all of them. Kev Sullivan, all of them. He said he used to work out with him at Briley. All right. So, yo, Dez. So, now, guys, this is after the fight in the street. Okay? Now, so after the fight in the street, where he was trying to make, where he say, I'm gonna wait for them to slip up and you're gonna make me pay for it. That one, I was like, okay, I was smart enough. I went and got my gun. He left. This is about a month later, probably like a couple of weeks, about a month later, right? Now I'm keeping my gun on me at all times because now I know I got kind of like a beef with Z Black because it was on, right? So I'm at the park. It's a month later. My car, my green car, just showed y'all is parked outside. So I don't know that Black must have been asking about me who this is, on who that was who stood up to me on Parkside or whatever. And they must say that was Rashard from the 98. He got the green, white. They must say, y'all know the streets, boy. So I'm in the gym, as I said. Now I'm gonna finish. I'm on the bench, right? And the bench is by the stage and it's the door up there. And all I hear them like, oh, Ish, that's Z Black. And I go, oh. Now, it's been about 3 weeks ago since we had our one-on-one in the street. Guys, I'm in Briley Park. My gun is outside. It's in the car. My gun ain't in the park. I'm in the park. I'm in the park and I'm on the bench and I hear Z Black. That's Z Black. And I'm like, ugh. And he's in the doorway. One doorway. Oh, that fits with the story. Listen.
But when we threw a punch, I slipped the punch. I said, oh, this is how it is. So when I pumped at him, he stepped this way here and I went towards the stairs.
He went towards the stairs with that fight in jail to block the stair. There's one way in Briley Park. He's standing in the door. So I lift off the bench, right? Once they said, Z Black, I was like, oh my goodness. So I lifted up, and when I sat up on the bench, he was standing right in the door. So big he had to duck. And he was looking right at me. Right at me. I lifted up off the bench like this and got right eye contact. And that face that you see on the screen was looking at me. And I'm sitting there like, now I can't, you got to front. Guys, you got to fake it. You got to front. So I can't look like I'm scared. I can't look like, so I'm just looking at him, and I hear, Rashawn! This deep voice. Y'all heard his voice. Rashawn! And first thing I'm like, how he know my name? even said my name. He said, Rashawn. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm sitting on the bench and I'm like, oh my God. Like, but you can't show it, right? So I'm like, listen, fake it till you make it, right? So I said, yo, what up, Z? Right? You know, you gotta say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. So I said, yo, what up, Z? And he like, hey. This right here. He said, y'all let me know if it break up because my internet is messing with me now. I don't want this start to break up. This is gonna be part of my movie when I put this part in. Let me know if y'all can still hear me, if it's still clear. So he said, Sean, right? So I said, yo, what up, Z? And he said, right? And I'm just looking, he said, come here, Raw. And I'm like, oh, yo, guys, you got to be kidding me. Yo, you got to be kidding me. Yo, bro, talking about, yo, Drizzy, you say, is this my greatest opponent? Absolutely. By all means, Drizzy. But I got to front, Drizzy. I can't act like I'm scared. You can't act like a sheep. You better act like a wolf. I don't care if you ain't a wolf. You better act like a wolf. These are prison politics as well. For anybody that have to go behind a wall or even in the streets and stuff, certain situations, you get caught in the wrong hood, you better act like you ain't scared. Don't show no fear. They eat fear. Fear is a green way. So he said, and I'm like, oh my. Inside, I'm like, oh my God. He said, come here. And I'm saying God, because I don't know my Yah at that point. So now I gotta muster the cojones and the strength to act like, yeah. Oh, Reese, I didn't know you're fully. I gotta put this on the screen. Reese is the biggest fool in the world. Y'all know Reese will never let a chance. Reese is the type, if you leave a door open, I'm walking through it. Reese said, I was your greatest opponent. Me and Reese had that fight. We was probably like both 10 years old. We went at it too, though. Reese said, I was your greatest opponent. Reese, you stupid. So Reese, I didn't know you were still here, Reese. So listen, I'm closing out after this. So he said, come here. Right? So I'm like, oh my God, right? So I get up off the bench and I gotta act like it's okay. Now in my head, I'm looking around, all I see is weights, dumbbells. I could put a 10. I already know ain't nothing that I can get in here. Maybe if I took a barbell and took the weight off and right or something and try to, but I don't know, man. Z is no joke. I could see him doing that. Mr. Miyagi wait for me to slip through the right. And we indoors, guys. It's one door and he's standing in front of it. I'm screwed, bro. So I stand up, right? I stand up, say it with your chest. Now I'm little, scrawny. Understand? I'm strong. I lift weight, but I'm skinny. I'm half my size right now, right? So I stand up and I walk, right? And I start walking towards him. And as I walk, the gym is kind of big. I got to walk. It's like I'm walking to my doom. I'm walking past and I got to walk to him, but I got to act like I ain't scared, right? So he's standing there in the door and I'm walking to him. So I get up to him and I stand there. Shout out to Saquon in the building. Yo, Say, I stand there and I'm like, so I walk up and I'm like, yo, what up, Z? He like, yo, what you doing? And I'm like, nothing, I'm working out. What's good? He like, I need you to take me somewhere. Yo, this is my worst nightmare. He said, I need you to take me somewhere. I'm like, take you somewhere? Now, I didn't say this. Now, remember, guys, I got to front. I got to act like I'm not scared. Now, I know we just had this beef. He know I went to get, he must have knew I was going to get a ratchet. He know all that. All I know is, oh my God, just so y'all know, right? I'm relating to where I was back then. So he says, I want you to take me somewhere. So now I got a front. So I'm telling y'all both sides, telling y'all insides and outside. So outside, I said, yo, man, yo, Z, man, I'm working out. Inside, I'm like, oh my goodness, right? Inside, I'm like, help. Inside, I'm the little kid drawing help on the car glass when someone, you're being kidnapped. That's the inside. On the outside, I'm like, I said, yo, Z, I'm working out. Like, you in the, where you going? You in a rush? He's like, no, yeah, man. I need you to take me. And I'm like, he's like, come on, ride, man. Come on, man, just give me a ride. I said, all right, Z, I gotta do one more set. Now I'm playing a mind game. This is also prison politics. All this stuff is street, ghetto, politics, survival instincts. I'm playing a mind game because I don't want to, you can't let someone use, you got to make your own terms, right? You got to keep your, so I was like, all right, Z, I'm doing another set, then I'll take you. He's like, all right. He said, what you lifting? I was like, nowhere near what you probably lifting. Yeah, right? He laughed, right? So I turn around. Now I got to walk back to the bench. Okay, outside, I'm walking back to the bench. I got a stride. I got a New York strut, right? I got a gangster walk, right? Not nothing crazy. It's my normal walk. It's gang. I got a nice walk, right? I've heard people say that. I like your little, I got a nice gait, right? So outside, I'm doing my gait. Inside, I'm like, oh! Inside, it's like, inside, I'm looking around like, please help me. Please help me. Somebody please help me. So I walk to the bench. Now I'm faking, just so y'all know. I'm walking to the bench and I'm like, oh my goodness, he wants to get in my car. I'm like, no, right? But I got a ratchet, but my gun is tucked in the stash spot. So I got to get to the stash spot and it's on his side. So if he's sitting in the passenger side, I already know his big old body is going to fill the whole cabin of my side. And in order for me to get to my stash spot, I got to say, usually I make him get out. I got to get to the gun and the thing. So I'm like, oh, he's going to get in my car. I'm like, this is not okay. So I get to the bench and my dudes are like, oh, wow, you're going to do another set? Now I got to fake it. I don't want to do no set. So I'm like, yeah, I got 2 plates on. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all right. So I get down, I'm like, come on. So I start to do the set, but I'm steady thinking, right? So I finish the set, I put it up, and I'm like, oh, here we go. So I get up, and I look, and he's looking at me. So I look, he just staring right at me. He looking at me. So I turn around, and I go to get my stuff because it's a stage with carpet, and we put our coat and jacket and stuff. So I go on the stage, I get my stuff, and my man's like, yo, you leaving? I'm like, yeah, Black want me to take him somewhere, right? I'm still fronting. Black want me to take him somewhere, right? So I grab the coat and everything. So I'm like, all right, y'all. And I start to walk, and now I'm walking back towards him. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So I walk towards him, and he turns around, and he walks out. So I walk out. It's a door to the gym. Then it's like a lobby area where Dave's office is. Shout out to David Hutchison. And then it's a door to go outside. And the bathrooms, I think, is there. Something's there. I don't remember correctly. So he walked out the little gym door into the lobby part. So I walked out. So the first thing I do is you got to keep them off their game. You can't show no fear. So the first thing I do is you got to talk so I say, yo, Z, what you doing, man? Where you going, Z? Right? So you got to make them think like, I can't let this man know that I'm scared, right? Right? And I got a right to be scared. This is a whole monster. I grew up listening to this legend. I'm with the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman is one of getting in my car. The Boogeyman got me. You heard? So I'm like, I ain't got no gun or no nothing. Nothing, no knife or nothing. So I said, yo, Z, where you going, man? You messing up my workout. He said, you can come back. I just want you to take me over here. I said, where? He said, take me up on Stewart. I said, Stewart? Now, guys, Stewart Avenue, Brawley Park is on, I think that's called Dartmouth. And if you come out the park, let's say the park is right here. My car is right here. You could walk maybe 100 steps. Stewart Avenue is about 30 feet from the park. It's the next corner. I want you to take me up on Stewart. I'm like, Stewart? Stewart is right there. So I said, Black, Stewart? He's like, come on, man. Come on, Rob. Take me up there. Take me up. I said, oh, Black. All right, Black. Right? I said, I'm doing this for you, Black. Now I'm acting like, since he's acting like we didn't have the beef, the fight. I don't want to say no entanglement because they say he a booty bander. You got to make sure. I'm not, it's alleged, all that. So you got to make sure, watch your words, right? That's what I'm trying to watch my words. Our fight. Let me use the word fight. Yeah, don't say not just the two of us, pause, right? Pause, and I got to watch all my words in this story. Right? Pause, no Diddy, all that. All that is in effect in this story, okay? No Diddy, pause, everything. Right? I'm gonna watch everything I said. Just the two of us. The devil's a lie. I'm going out. Yo, Reese, I'm biting them till I die. They have to pry me off. All right. So anyway, I'm like, so now I gotta act like, like, yo, Black. So I said, all right, I'm doing this for you, Black. You're messing up my work. I like, oh, come on. So now we get to the car. We walk out the park together. It feels like I'm walking to my doom. If you think I'm lying, if I'm lying, I'm flying. We walk out the park. So when you walk out the park, then you got to make a left. And you walk out and then it's a gate. And then my car was parked across the street on the other side facing Stewart. So as we walking, and I got to, in order for it not to be dead silence, I got to keep trying to talk, because I don't want that. Otherwise to get nervous, quiet energy, right? And I don't like that. That's like, I don't know. So I'm like, so Black, what's up, man? What you doing, man? Where you been? You're like, I'm just going up out there. Just where you come from? I just come from up on terrace. I'm like, what, you up there taking people's stuff? Yeah, right? I was like, you up there taking people's stuff? Yes, you do, Black. I said, you be up there taking people's stuff. I said, where you going on, Stewart? He said, I'm going to get me some money. I said, Black, you about to go up here and take people's stuff? He laughed. So I'm like, oh my. Now all this, I'm still fretting because we walk into my car and I do not want to get in the car. I do not want to be with this dude, right? So we get to the car. He like, I like this car. I like this 98. This is fly. My green and white one, right? I put it on the screen. So I wonder, how you find my car? How you know my name? Who told you, right? So anyway, he goes around the side. We get in. I get in. I unlock the door. He gets in. Now he's so big, his legs is like on my dashboard, right? So he get in the car. Now those who've been in my 98, Z Black was in my car, in my 98. Pause, no Diddy. I got to remember to say pause, no Diddy, right? So he gets in the car. I start the car and I'm like, so we take off. Now Stewart, we literally going 50 feet, just so y'all know. Now it goes both ways, so I don't know. It could go all the way to the other end. So I'm thinking he's probably going all the way down to the other end of Stewart. So we get in the car, we pull off. I get to Stewart. I'm like, which way, Black? He said, to the right. So we make the right. Now Stewart is a hustle block, right? And it's a hustle, it's a trap block. They're trapping, right? This is like 1986 or something, 85 or something like that, right? And I did Time for Any Crime Committed back then. So we turn the block. I'm not going to tell this. I got to save this part of the story. So anyway, we turn the block, and as soon as you turn from off Briley, the houses, they hustling kind of right there. But the most dudes are out in the more a little bit towards the middle, towards the beginning once you turn off Dartmouth. So as we turn, he see dudes out there. He like, stop. So I stop the car. He like, and he opened the door. So when my car stopped, my boys on the Heights, they know me, right? Shout out to my Crown Heights Warriors, right? I'm good on the Heights, Hills, Terrace. Like, I got to pass everywhere. I got OG status, right? Even back then, right? I was the god. I was known everywhere, right? Right? Learned, loved, and respected like I love and respect as well. So my Heights boys, they see my car, somebody, rah, type of thing, pull over, maybe smoke a blunt or something, right? So they're like, yo, rah. So when my car pull up, I hear, yo, rah. But then the door open. And when the door open, you hear Scooby-Doo. Uh-oh. The door open and Z-Black gets out my car. Pause, no did it. Z-Black. And I could see the face on everybody because, they see my car. I'm people. I'm good, right? I'm always up and down. So they think I'm probably coming from the gym or whatever. So I heard somebody like, yo, rah, trying to stop my car. Like, I got those cars. You come up shit like, somebody always like, yo, rah, stop. Wanting to ride or to come hang out with me or whatever. Pull over, smoke. But when I hear, yo, rah, we in the middle of the street and the door open and Black get out. And I see everybody's face like, and then I see one of my man's face. My man looked at me and looked at Black. And he looked at me like, rah, what, not you? What you doing bringing him up here? Why would you bring the boogeyman? Like, rah, what you do? You are people. And I looked at him like, I'm sorry. Right? All in my eyes like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be bringing him up here. He caught me in the gym, like it was funny, and I'm gonna stop there because there was some real stuff happening in this story, and I'm gonna save it for a big channel because I'm gonna be telling. I got a couple more stories of him that I gotta tell, never before, but I'm saving it for a real big channel so we could grow this channel later, right? Even after this documentary, after I make this little movie part, but I'm gonna stop it right there. But something really bad happened. And I'm sitting there looking like I was, like I was okay with it. And those are my people. And I'm like, and I'm going to stop it there. That was the documentary of the notorious Dark. Whether he was a rapist or not or whatever, because I know Shasha got a story that said, what Shasha said. Now, the darkness of the story was told at the beginning. I seen him then. There's more to that story. And I think that was the last time I seen him. Oh, beside the jail. Beside 2007, when I'm in the bullpen, and they go, Z-Black has walked in. So now, when I said, even though from that story I just told, when I took him on the block in Stewart, after that, no, I did see him after that. I forgot. After that, we were kind of cool. He had respect for me. Of course, I respect his dark street legend. And but I never slept like I'm his friend or something, or it's cool. Nah, no Diddy, pause, all that. All right? Looking like you brought that with you, right? I know, right? Like I brought him up there to be Debo. Like, I'm like, guys, I'm sorry. Yo, Reese, I was like, I did not bring him up here. I practically kidnapped in a way, you know, because I did not want him in my car. I did not, but I got a front like I ain't scared. Just what it was. You heard? So anyway, after that, I did see him. Every time he seen me, he did show me the proper respect. He did. And I knew that he respected that I stood up to him, but I still never slept on him. So I always thought if I was ever in prison, he could flip out. And so when I heard them say his name when I was in the bullpen in 2007, I was like, oh my goodness. I looked up, tried to look mean again, but he didn't remember me. And duh, I don't look like, you know, I look like, especially then I was broken out from jail. I got practically a suit and tie on, going to court, look ready for court. But another one down. The live testimony of Z Black. Let me show this picture of Lucky Rock. I forgot to do this, and I didn't download the picture, right? I could put it for the movie, but I don't want to leave, right? I told him I would show the picture. I gotta go to the messenger thing. Sorry, guys, I don't know how to work this. Oh, it's this messenger, I guess, with the boat now. There you go. So Ra had a picture of him in his old age of Z. That's an old age picture of Z. I guess probably right before he died. All right. And yeah, that's the one with the light blue sweatshirt. And he's the dark one on the side of Raheem Rayford. And yeah, so I guess he was out on the street before he died. All right. Moral of the story. There is always another part of the story. Be careful who you judge, because you might not know the backstory of their trauma and why they're so dark. Usually something's really dark. Usually it's something really dark behind people that are that dark. Something really bad happened. Now there can be just some negative devil people who are born devils. That is true. Reed said, I bet Ra had his pistol with him. Oh, it's at the beginning of this video, Desmond. You're gonna have to watch it back. He did his whole, once you watch this back, once you rewind, he's at the beginning. He gives his whole upbringing, Des. A sad story, Des. Yo, Des, I swear I was holding back tears. I ain't gonna lie. I don't have to front. My tears are new. So I'm happy I got tears. I've spent my whole life not being able to cry from my trauma, from not having, being tough and not having parents and stuff. So now the Most High, I had to fight back tears, Desi. I almost had to wipe my eyes. I had to fight. And Black was crying. I know everybody else was crying too. People be fronting. I know Larry Yah in the Bronx, she said, I'm a mess right now. Yo, Des, he told his testimony, man, that was heartbreaking, bro. I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Some brother from Brooklyn interviewed him. His only first and last interview, he told his whole story, Des, even how he got the name Z Black. He lived on California, everything. It's a horrible story. Great documentary. All right. Thank you to Thinmannventures for interviewing Black and allowing us to have a receipt of his story. Thank you everybody for joining Mashiach Assembly and Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. Let's do one last, let Black tell one last thing.
I always let you make a mistake. You're gonna be patient, but I'm gonna make you pay for that mistake you made.
That was Black in his darkness. All right. I love you all. Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV. Another one down. Keep it functional. Y'all know what it is.
Bossy, you know what it is.
Yeah, y'all know what it is. Thank y'all all for joining me tonight. Thank you to Mike Garcia. Thank you to Mike White Thank you to Grease. Thank you to Chase, Charles Reeves. Thank you for everybody helping me out. Thank you, Raheem Rayford. Thank you for everybody who helped me out to tell the story. Mike Garcia, Hakeem, thank you for everybody to help me tell the story tonight. And thank you for everybody joining me on Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. I'll see most of y'all tomorrow night. Y'all know I'm about to bring that word. I'm about to expose some stuff tomorrow night on the ministry channel. All right. See y'all next week. Remember our motto, love the Most High, y'all. We out. Keep it functional. I love y'all all. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua.
You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that Tucci. All the time on the grind, getting that Duce.
This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong, the wrong, I think I'm supposed to run. Am I bad, motherfucker?